School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. And Putin brings Zelensky to his knees. Ukraine goes in the dark. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. We're revolutionists for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I got some revolutionary breakfast for y'all this morning. Putin is not playing any games with Trump or Zelensky. They finished. Salute. Let's get right into the content. Salute, soldier.
This is Dabu7 with reports stating that Kiev is in the dark. The lights are out. As you can see in some of the images here, the damage done by Russia in this overnight attack. They have halted all thermal plants inside of Ukraine. They've hit every single one that Ukraine's state energy company controls. They will be down for many hours at this rate. And even if they do get things back up online, all Russia has to do is just hit this one other spot and they're done. Russia has surrounded several different positions inside of Ukraine. Here within the past couple of weeks, they continue to take more and more territory. But now with these thermal power plants kind of crippled, they're working to try to get things back up and going. So when you've got all of Kiev in the dark, it's an ominous sign of where this thing sits. This war should have been over a long time ago, but as long as Zelensky's in there and they're playing this game, it's going to be innocent lives being killed on the front lines. What I see in Ukraine more than anything are young men being abducted, sent to the front line to get blown up by drones. It's all day, every day. It has to stop at some point, but it continues. I'm going to say that if Kiev doesn't get this under control like rather quickly, things are going to escalate and start spiraling out of control here because Russia, they're going to go in for the kill. I mean, when you've got Kiev in the dark, it's the time to make a move. You take out comms, you take out power, and then you make your move. And we're seeing all these moves being made ahead of a huge military advancement into this city. So this is the latest. They're in the dark. And we've seen them hit Russia as well, trying to put them in the dark. This tit for tat, back and forth. What will be next? Who will use a nuke or a dirty nuke? I don't know. But all cards are on the table at this point. Join me for the live.
Overnight, on November 8th, Russia launched a massive coordinated aerial strike across Ukraine, deploying Kinzhal, hypersonic missiles, Caliber cruise rockets, and ballistic systems in one of its most extensive offensives in recent months. The primary target, Ukraine's power grid and energy infrastructure. Ukraine's Air Force reported that 7 MiG-31K jets carrying Kinzhal missiles were launched from Russia's Tambov region, while Caliber missiles were fired from the Black Sea. The assault was reinforced by 458 Shahed drones launched from inside Russia and occupied Crimea.
According to preliminary data, As of 10 loss, air defense has shot down or neutralized 415 aerial targets, 406 Shahed-type attack drones, and 9 missiles of various types. Currently, 26 missiles and 52 drones have been recorded as hitting 25 locations.
The brunt of the attack fell on Kyiv, Dnipro, Poltava, and Kharkiv, crippling Ukraine's energy network. Kremenchug hydropower station sustained heavy damage, triggering total blackouts in nearby cities. Kharkiv's Zmiev thermal plant was also hit, forcing shutdowns across the region. Ukraine's railway operator, Ukrzaliznytsia, reported widespread disruption, switching to diesel locomotives after power losses. In Dnipro, a drone strike on a residential building killed 2 civilians and injured 11 others. The November 8th barrage demonstrates Russia's hybrid strike pattern, mixing hypersonic, cruise, and ballistic weapons to overwhelm Ukrainian defenses.
Overnight attack. Weapons. Launch details and impact. 25X Iskander-M KN-23 variants. Fired from Kursk, Voronezh, Rostov regions. 10X Iskander-K missiles. Launched from Kursk and Voronezh. M Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. From MiG-31K jets, Tambov region. 3 Excalibur cruise missiles. Fired from Black Sea naval platforms. 458X Shahed drones. From Russia and occupied Crimea. 26 missiles plus 52 drones. Hit 25 Ukrainian sites.
Energy Minister Svitlana Grinchuk said, "The enemy is once again launching massive attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure." President Volodymyr Zelensky called for a sanctions response targeting all Russian energy with no exceptions. Russia continues to deny targeting civilians, insisting its strikes focus on military sites, a claim Kyiv and Western allies dismiss as false and deliberate disinformation.
And the city of Pokrovsk has become the center of the storm. Reports from the battlefield describe desperate fighting, Russian forces tightening the noose, and Ukrainian troops running low on men, ammo, and time. But behind the front lines, an even bigger crisis may be unfolding inside President Volodymyr Zelensky's own inner circle. Sources and online chatter claim that Zelensky's advisors warned that the Pokrovsk was about to fall. Yet the president allegedly demanded an immediate counteroffensive, threatening to fire Ukraine's top general if he refused. It's being called a suicidal move, one that could destroy what's left of Ukraine's defenses and turn General Syrskyi into the scapegoat for a collapsing war effort. So, is this the breaking point for Ukraine's leadership? Let's dig into the facts, the rumors, and what this crisis could mean for Zelensky's future. Hello and welcome back to TFI Global. Pokrovsk, a small but vital transport hub in the Donetsk region, has become the next big showdown in the war. Once home to 60,000 people, it now stands as Ukraine's last major defense line, protecting Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, the administrative heart of eastern Ukraine. Since September, Russian troops backed by mercenaries and foreign supplied drones have launched wave after wave of attacks, Ukrainian forces have fought fiercely, but Russia now controls much of the surrounding area. Geolocated footage confirms Russian units pushing into the outskirts, threatening to surround thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. On November 5th, Zelensky made a surprise visit to the Pokrovsk front. Cameras caught him urging his troops to hold the line, but sources say behind the scenes, panic was rising. Commanders warned that positions were collapsing and supplies were nearly gone. Pokrovsk, they said, was on the edge of an encirclement. Analysts from the Institute of the Study of War noted that Russia's focus on Pokrovsk isn't random. Taking the city could open the road deeper into Donetsk and shift momentum decisively towards Moscow. As one Western military expert put it, Pokrovsk isn't just a city, it's the domino that could bring down the entire Donetsk front. According to several social media reports and pro-Russian channels, Zelensky's chief advisor, likely referring to Andriy Yermak, informed the president that Pokrovsk was on the verge of a collapse. Instead of authorizing a withdrawal, Zelensky allegedly ordered an immediate counteroffensive, demanding that General Alexander Syrskyi, Ukraine's commander-in-chief, push forward, no matter what the cost. The claims go further that Zelensky warned Syrskyi he'd be fired if he failed, effectively forcing the general into a suicidal assault against Russian-held territory. Some even say this move was political, designed to make Syrskyi the fall guy, a sacrificial lamb to protect the president's image if Pokrovsk falls. The claims don't just stop there. A few online voices echoing statements by former Pentagon official Michael Maloof suggest Zelensky's leadership is crumbling, with whispers that he might even flee Ukraine if the Eastern Front collapses. Maloof, in a widely circulated interview, warned that Zelensky's inner circle is breaking apart and that the president may soon lose his grip on power. His exact words, Zelensky is being consumed by the war he can no longer control. Now, it's crucial to note that these reports are unverified. No mainstream outlet has confirmed any imminent collapse, resignation, or flight. But in the world of hybrid warfare, perception or an independent news source can just be as powerful as reality. Here's what we know. Yes, Ukraine's military situation in Donetsk is critical. Yes, there are political tensions between Zelensky and his generals, especially after the 2023 counteroffensive failed to break Russian lines. But so far, Syrskyi remains in command, and official Ukrainian sources continue to report defensive operations, not counteroffensives. Zelensky's leadership style has always been authoritarian, but there's no confirmed evidence that he's planning to scapegoat Syrskyi or flee. In fact, his recent frontline visit was a direct attempt to dispel those rumors and project resilience. So, where did these stories come from? Many appear to originate from Telegram channels, Russian media, and social media claims, spreading that Ukraine's leadership is disintegrating. Some insiders in Kyiv quietly admit that there's a strain. Corruption scandals, fatigue, and waning Western aid have all piled pressure on Zelensky's government. As one Ukrainian MP put it anonymously, the battlefield is one crisis, the politics behind it are another. Over the past month, several reports have exposed financial scandals tied to Zelensky's allies. Investigations hinted at offshore deals and money trails through UAE-based companies connected to former officials. Though Kyiv calls them Kremlin fabrications, they've shaken confidence among the Western partners. For Washington and Brussels, Pokrovsk isn't just a battle, it's a test of Zelensky's credibility. US lawmakers are already divided on approving new aid packages. If Pokrovsk falls and Ukraine's leadership fractures, those aid debates could grind to a halt. Meanwhile, Moscow is exploiting the chaos, offering surrender corridors to Ukrainian troops and claiming that victory is imminent. Russian media describes Zelensky as desperate and isolated, painting him as a failed wartime leader trapped by his own decisions. Pokrovsk is more than a battlefield. It's a mirror of Ukraine's struggle, a fight not just against Russian tanks but against exhaustion, corruption, and disinformation. If the city holds, Zelensky may survive politically, proving that Ukraine can still resist despite limited aid. But if it falls, However, the shock could be seismic, shaking the government, emboldening Russia, and forcing the West to reconsider its strategy. Whether or not the rumors about Zelensky and Siriski are true, one thing is certain, that Ukraine stands at a crossroad. Every decision now carries the weight of history. For President Zelensky, the choice is clear: fight on and hold the line, or risk being remembered as the man who lost Ukraine. Thanks for watching.
A few hours ago, Italian General Marco Bertolini made a statement that shocked both representatives of the Kiev regime and the so-called European leaders. In particular, responding to Italian journalists' questions, General Marco Bertolini bluntly stated that NATO had turned from a defensive alliance into an instrument of constant war and expansion. Furthermore, this Italian general acknowledged that the North Atlantic Alliance and all the countries of the collective West are involved in the current conflict against Russia. According to him, Russia's victory in Ukraine will mean the strategic defeat of the North Atlantic Alliance and the entire West. At the same time, Marco Bertolini praised the Trump administration for Washington's refusal to supply Ukraine with Tomahawk cruise missiles. According to this Italian general, the refusal to supply Kiev with Tomahawks is not a weakness, but common sense and calculation. Marco Bertolini expressed confidence that the US authorities are well aware that the use of Tomahawk cruise missiles against Russia will automatically draw Washington into a direct war against Moscow. Well, my truth seekers, as you can see, despite all the bellicose statements by the so-called Western leaders, in general, the NATO countries have already recognized that the Kiev regime, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, suffered a crushing defeat in the confrontation with Russia. As you can see, the NATO countries are no longer talking about the idea of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield in Ukraine. Instead, realizing their weakness in front of Russia, the NATO countries began to arm and strengthen their own armies. At the same time, many experts are sure that the West has lost precious time. According to their assessment, the gap is excessively large, and NATO member states will consequently be unable to rival Russia in terms of the efficacy and strength of their armed forces. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian army's position continues to deteriorate with each passing day. Against this backdrop, many Western independent experts began calling on Ukrainian citizens to get rid of Zelensky as soon as possible. According to them, Zelensky is obsessed with the idea of defeating Russia, and it is precisely the inadequate decisions and statements of the head of the Kiev regime that are leading Ukraine to a real catastrophe. Western experts admit that all of Zelensky's actions are devoid of common sense and play into Russia's hands. The unwillingness to give the order to retreat, the maniacal desire to hold cities regardless of losses in manpower and equipment, and ignoring military expediency for the sake of a beautiful media picture and information PR. All this indicates that Zelensky lives in a parallel world, and sincerely believes that Ukraine can defeat Russia. Experts note that at the moment, Zelensky is in denial. The head of the Kiev regime is afraid of losing. And in order not to admit defeat, Volodymyr Zelensky is ready to destroy Ukraine and its citizens. By the way, it is worth noting that insiders in Kiev make similar statements. According to them, against the backdrop of the Ukrainian army's constant failures on the battlefield, Zelensky's mental state has deteriorated significantly. It's worth noting that the influential Ukrainian politician Mariana Bezeglaya also confirmed this fact. In particular, on the morning of November 9, commenting on the situation in Pokrovsk, she bluntly stated that it was General Sersky and Volodymyr Zelensky's inadequate orders that led the Ukrainian army to a catastrophic defeat in this strategically important city. Hey, Mr. President, I'm talking to you. If you don't have enough education to finally realize the gravity of the situation, then surround yourself with smart and knowledgeable advisors, so that you can finally start making the right decisions. Mr. Zelensky, no matter how hard you try to deny your mistakes, all responsibility lies with you. And it will be your name that will appear in the history textbooks. Yes, Mr. Zelensky, it is your name that will be associated with the defeat of Ukraine and the deaths of Ukrainian citizens, Mariana Bezeglaya said. Meanwhile, even the pro-government Ukrainian telegram channels began to acknowledge the transfer of Pokrovsk under the Russian army's control. According to them, as of November 10, Russian army units control 99% of the territory of Pokrovsk. Furthermore, Ukrainian sources also confirmed the loss of all positions by Ukrainian troops in the northern part of the city of Myrnograd. It is reported that practically all high-rise buildings in this part of the city are under the control of Russian soldiers. The well-known Ukrainian war correspondent Konstantin Mashevets also confirmed this information. According to him, the Russians are sending reinforcements to the Pokrovsk-Myrnograd agglomeration in a non-stop mode. As a result, Ukrainian army units began to retreat from the northern part of Myrnograd and the settlement of Rovne. Against this backdrop, Konstantin Mashevets expressed confidence that General Sersky and his reserves, who arrived from Lviv, would not be able to save the encircled Ukrainian soldiers and officers, and that only surrender could save their lives. And it seems that the Ukrainian military men are also well aware of this. So, a few hours ago, representatives of the Russian Defense Ministry officially announced that in Pokrovsk, Ukrainian soldiers and officers began surrendering en masse. Furthermore, it is reported that among these Ukrainian soldiers and officers, there are also representatives of NATO countries, who fought on the side of the Ukrainian army as so-called foreign mercenaries. Reports indicate that these are mostly Polish, British, Canadian, and French citizens. Well, my dear friends, the loss of Pokrovsk by the Ukrainian army became Kiev's biggest defeat, after the loss of such a large and strategically important city as Bakhmut, which has already received its historical name, Artemovsk. By the way, Russia's victory in Pokrovsk also marked the return historical name to this city, Krasnoarmeysk.
Russian stormtroopers on motorcycles breaking through Kyiv's troops' defenses have been spotted north of Myrnograd and are also continuing to advance into the northeastern districts, Russian sources confirmed on November 9. The actual situation near Pokrovsk is not as Zelensky claimed. Russian stormtroopers have already in high-rise buildings north of Myrnograd, Ukrainian analysts have also acknowledged. Footage released by Ukraine shows a failed attempt by Ukrainian troops to launch an unexploded FPV drone attack on Russian positions in one of the high-rise buildings in the northern part of the city. This indicates that Russian troops have successfully advanced to the first houses. According to operational data, Russian army have liberated 19 buildings covering an area of approximately 3 square kilometers. The Central Naya railway station is now under Russian control, and Russian stormtrooper groups are pushing Ukrainian troops out of several positions in high-rise buildings near Mukhamadev Street and Elbovsky Avenue. As reported by Igor Kamakovsky, advisor to the head of the DPR, the Russian army has blocked the last exit route from the city of Pokrovsk, leaving the Ukrainian troops in Myrnograd under total siege. Drone operators of the Sparta Battalion of the 51st Guards Combined Arms Army is destroying the Ukrainian garrison that continues to defend itself. Sparta detected and destroyed 2 UAV launchers on a building. Using quadcopters, these were intended for aerial surveillance and fire adjustment on Russian units fighting to liberate Myrnograd. At least 3 another 120 mm mortar launch sites were detonated by FPV of the Sparta group, who's skilled in UAV. All supplies currently come only via drones, but even here, Russia is shooting down and jamming Ukrainian drones. Several channels are reporting that Russian forces are contacting the besieged Ukrainian troops, offering them to surrender. The message reportedly warns that refusal will mean their complete destruction. The 38th Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, which refused to surrender, hiding in a residential building, was bombarded with Fab 1500 glide bombs. The ruins of Myrnograd are now completely surrounded by Russian forces. That's why civilians, if the front line approaches, must first leave the combat zone. According to the latest military reports, the Pokrovsk city is practically completely under Russian control, and Ukrainian units are attempting to retreat to Myrnograd. At least 2,000 Ukrainian troops are believed to be hiding there, and withdrawing the remaining troops is no solution. They remain surrounded. Ukraine's defeat in the Pokrovsk enclave has sparked panic in Europe, with Merz, Ursula von der Leyen, and Trump among them. No one can help them, not even Zelensky. They are all powerless against the harsh facts of their initial miscalculations against Russia.
The fall of Pokrovsk is getting closer. Julian Repke, a propagandist for the German-Bild newspaper, reports that Russian military units have already reached the most northwestern, northeastern and northern points of this city. He announced that the Russian army was steadily advancing and the Ukrainians were on the defensive. The Ministry of Defense reports that our assault troops have liberated 45 more buildings in Pokrovsk. And 24 more buildings have been seized in neighboring Dmitrov, whose Ukrainian garrison is also surrounded. The Economist warns that the loss of Pokrovsk should be a wake-up call for Zelensky. The German newspaper ZDF reports that it is already too late for an organized retreat of the Ukrainian army from Pokrovsk. President Putin held a meeting on the further construction of the armed forces of the Russian Federation. The meeting was attended by Defense Minister Belousov, Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov, Deputy Chairman of the Russian Security Council Medvedev, and Presidential aide Dyumin. As for the possible date of the Putin-Trump summit in Budapest, any forecasts are untenable, as the Kremlin said today. Both Moscow and Washington agree that serious expert work should be done before the summit. The pause in the negotiation process was caused by the Kiev regime, the press secretary of the Russian president said. He agreed with Trump's special envoy Witkoff that there is no need to talk about mutual trust between Moscow and Kiev. The continuation of hostilities, to which the Europeans are provoking the Zelensky regime, only worsens the situation of the Ukrainian side itself every day. The U.S. ambassador to NATO, Whitaker, has a different opinion. After his visit to Ukraine, he urges the Europeans to continue sponsoring Kiev. In fact, there are fewer and fewer people in Europe who want to finance Kiev. In the Czech Republic, on his first day in office, the new Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies ordered the removal of the flag of Ukraine from the building, which had been hanging there since 2022. At the same time, the new Czech authorities did not limit themselves to symbolic gestures. Prague is curtailing its initiative to supply ammunition to Ukraine. Watch our report.
We have settled 8 wars in the last 8 months. We are trying to put an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. We have not been able to achieve this yet, but I think we have made significant progress.
Ritually repeating mantras about peace, the U.S. president declares progress in regulating the Ukrainian war. Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, also reveals new details of the dialogue with Moscow. According to him, he met with Putin 6 times in a row, despite the fact that only 5 meetings were officially reported. Each conversation lasted 4, and sometimes even 5 hours. The negotiations are difficult, but progress is being made.
I think this is a very difficult struggle, and we still have a lot of work to do, especially in ensuring Ukraine's security. There are a lot of discussions going on right now, and the technical teams have to do preparatory work at the lowest level before the leaders can conclude an agreement. But it seems to me that there has been a certain shift today. There is progress, and yet the conflict remains extremely difficult. Both sides don't trust each other, and this is a very difficult situation.
As stated in the Kremlin, it is premature to assess the Ukrainian settlement. Official Moscow has not disclosed any additional details on the negotiations. At the same time, Great Britain is preparing for a new phase of the conflict. The Guardian newspaper reports that the British Army is planning to participate directly in the fighting in Ukraine.
The British Army, according to military sources, is ready to enter the war or take part in peacekeeping operations in post-war Ukraine or elsewhere, together with the Allies, using the full range of its military capabilities, from fighter jets to infantry.
Poles are also preparing for war, and Warsaw is launching a large-scale military training program. By the end of next year, they plan to train 400,000 soldiers. At the same time, Poland itself has already invested over 30 billion euros in the Ukrainian war. Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski assures that Ukraine will fight for 3 more years, and he declares the inevitable collapse of Russia.
What do you think about the collapse of Russia? It is necessary for the Russian leadership to realize that it is impossible to win, and, therefore, serious peace negotiations are needed. Putin will have to admit to himself that he made a terrible mistake, a criminal decision to invade, that not 3 days have passed, But more than 3 years have passed, and perhaps Russia simply will not survive 3 more years of this war.
Sikorsky quotes Goebbels and Goering on the air. With the formula of guns instead of butter, Hitler's Germany justified the idea that war was above human needs.
Is there a contradiction between the need to strengthen defense, respond to the Russian threat, and at the same time invest in the fight against climate change? There is always a choice between guns and butter, which is exactly what the Russian Federation has imposed on us. So the guns should have priority? Unfortunately, there has been a Russian governor here in Poland, in this city, for 100 years, and we do not want this to ever happen again, and we will pay any price to prevent it.
Prague is also changing its political course. The new coalition government of the Czech Republic plans to curtail military aid to Ukraine and rely on diplomacy. Politico writes about this with reference to the candidate for the post of Foreign Minister Turek. According to him, humanitarian aid and the security of the Czech Republic itself will become a priority instead of arms supplies. On his first day in office, the new Speaker of Parliament removed the Ukrainian flag from the facade of the building. The Finnish parliament is calling for an end to sponsorship of Ukraine, calling it a threat to the European Union. Finnish President Stubb draws historical parallels and talks about territorial concessions as a possible peace formula. Do you think Ukraine will have to cede territory?
This should be decided by Ukraine itself. Finland went through a very similar experience during the Winter War and World War II. We lost 10% of our territory, including Karelia, where my father and grandparents were born. This was part of the conditions of the post-war settlement. Therefore, in the case of Ukraine, we are trying to ensure that it retains its independence, its sovereignty, and that it can make decisions about joining the EU and NATO, and that it does not lose territories. Therefore, Ukraine should negotiate on its own on the issue of territories. No one should tell it here.
Ukraine will face endless war and gradual loss of territory if Europe does not step up pressure on Russia. Former NATO Secretary General Rasmussen made this statement in an interview with The Guardian, demanding that military contingents be deployed in Ukraine, and that Kiev be supplied with long-range Taurus and Tomahawk missiles. German Defense Minister Pistorius goes even further, claiming that Russia is preparing for a new war.
Let's not waste any time. And let's call a spade a spade. A shadow of war has fallen over Europe, which a few years ago we would have considered impossible. Russia is waging this war with maximum brutality, cynicism, and ruthlessness. Russia is waging war using various hybrid tactics, using military, digital, and economic means. There are no more abstract scenarios. Russia is preparing for another war, and it will not give up trying to redraw borders by force. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an invitation to a coffee conversation. We are not in a situation where we can protect the peace only through convincing intimidation.
According to the Handelsblatt newspaper, Germany intends to increase military assistance to Ukraine, but it will again refrain from transferring Taurus missiles. Instead of these missiles, Berlin is ready to allocate Ukraine an additional €3 billion for artillery, drone, armored vehicles, and the replacement of 2 Patriot complexes. Kiev says that negotiations with Washington on long-range missiles are progressing positively. The U.S. permanent representative to NATO, Whitaker, returned from Kiev and announced that Washington was ready to sell $2 billion worth of weapons to Europe in order to transfer them to Ukraine, and he asked Brussels not to slow down the pace of support. Former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine Walker urges to put pressure on Moscow.
We need to recognize that Russia will never actually agree to a peace agreement with Ukraine. Putin does not consider Ukraine to be a legitimate sovereign state. He believes that it should be part of Russia. He also does not consider Zelensky a legitimate leader. He calls him a Nazi. This means that our goal should not be a peace agreement. As such, it should be a truce. We need to put pressure on Russia to feel compelled to stop the attacks. If we can bring Russia to a truce, then we need to accelerate our efforts to integrate Ukraine into the transatlantic structures, the EU and NATO, as quickly as possible so that we can strengthen this fragile peace.
Donald Trump is able to convince Putin to sit down at the negotiating table, even though this process is stalling. This was stated by British Defence Minister Healey. In an interview with Politico, he said that the countries of the coalition of willing are developing a plan to ensure Ukraine's security in the event of a truce, that is, in fact, to divide the country under the guise of a peacekeeping mission. Former U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza, who lobbied for Ukraine's accession to NATO, is calling for Kiev to transfer $300 billion of frozen Russian assets and keep an eye on everything that is important to Putin. The only person capable of stopping this war is Vladimir Putin. We have already tried to attract his attention, we invited him to talks, we tried to put pressure on him with threats, but I think he is still confident that he can defeat Ukraine. Therefore, it is now important for us to show him that we will continue to support the Ukrainians by supplying them with the necessary weapon systems that make those facilities that are important to Russia vulnerable. Former President of Ukraine Petro Poroshenko demands that the EU put pressure on Zelensky because he has become an authoritarian ruler who undermines the famous Ukrainian democracy. Ex-commander-in-chief of Ukraine Zelensky took a new step into ailing politics. He criticized his successor Syrskyi for the untimely withdrawal of troops from Pokrovsk. Zelensky, the ambassador of Ukraine in Britain, is not directly criticized, but between the lines he accuses the usurper Zelensky, who failed as a wartime leader. Ukrainians are without electricity at the same time. The Ministry of Energy of Ukraine announced new arrivals at energy facilities in Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporizhia regions. On Ukrainian television, they are seriously discussing which houses will freeze faster during the blackout. Panel-reinforced concrete houses cool down in a matter of hours. The situation is better in brick or monolithic houses, especially in houses built under Stalin, which have thick walls. They can go without heating for more than a week. At the same time, the Russian army itself does not seek the suffering of ordinary Ukrainians. The target of the Russian strikes is the Ukrainian military-industrial complex. So, every 2 minutes, one soldier in the Ukrainian army deserts, and in October, the Ukrainian army set a new record for desertions. This was announced by former People's Deputy Igor Lutsenko. According to him, about 22,000 Ukrainian soldiers have voluntarily left military units this month, and this is only official data. The real scale of the problem is probably several times greater. And Western propaganda is at a complete loss because of the situation in Pokrovsk. Bloomberg urges not to consider the fall of this city a defeat, they say. It will not give the Russian army a strategic advantage, and in general, the fall of Pokrovsk will correspond to the strategy of the Kiev regime. According to Bloomberg, it is allegedly the Ukrainian army that is depleting the Russian army, and not the other way around. Anyone who thinks otherwise helps promote the Kremlin's narratives. On the basis of what such a conclusion was made, Bloomberg did not explain. That is, it turns out to be such a classic Orwell: war is peace, and defeat is victory. ABC News does not understand why the Ukrainian army is still clinging to Pokrovsk and Dmitrov. Holding positions in an almost complete environment is a waste of time and resources. By resources, they mean Ukrainian citizens. It would be more logical for the Ukrainian army to retreat and defend itself outside this agglomeration. The insane stubbornness of the Kiev regime was explained by its head, President Zelensky of Ukraine, saying that Russia needs Pokrovsk to promote the narrative that Russia can seize the entire Donbass. Obviously, Zelensky fears media defeat the most. That is why he is ready to burn the remnants of the Ukrainian reserves in the encirclement's cauldron.
Dear friends, I kindly ask you to like this video and subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
Now, are you ready for the expert? It's Lieutenant Colonel Daniel L. Davis, the host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive, and always a very popular guest of ours. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for joining us. Let me, if I may, start with a political question, which I know you're interested in, but is it outside of the immediate area of your expertise, namely this extraordinary development in the J6 insurrection story. It seems to me that the American deep state has been caught red-handed for their attempt to drive a stake through the heart of Trump and his movement, and they've been caught out. Is that how it looks to you?
Well, it's a messy situation here. There is definitely lots of information. We've actually been having this for almost from the beginning, that there were folks inside the FBI and other agencies that were actually involved with this. Not just that they were trying to find out what was happening, but they were participating and helping to gin the crowd up. There was also some blame to go around for the folks that participated in it, and for some of the way the thing was ginned up on the presidential, on the Trump side, et cetera. There's no empty enemy, or I'm sorry, there's no hands here that are clean. But just the problem is that you have all kinds of dirty hands in all over the place. And when you have folks that are supposed to be in law enforcement actually participating in any level at all inside of what was going on, then they try to keep that a secret. That's not good for democracy, and it definitely isn't good for what happened on January 6th, which is a shame for our country all across the board.
Trump would be a fool to leave it unpunished, though, if this person that's been named by the Blaze and is now Thomas Massey has named her and put up her picture, Congressman Thomas Massey. If this woman did lay a pipe bomb, and if she was a Capitol Police woman at the time, and if she is now a CIA operative, well, that's pretty serious, isn't it, Colonel?
Oh, without question. I am 100% with no caveats for the rule of law. Anyone who violates the rule of law should be held accountable. It should be literally blind. I mean, like it's supposed to be, you know, the lady justice with the blindfold on. That's how it's supposed to be. And no one should be above the law at all. Not anybody in the Democratic Party, not anybody in the Republican Party. In the case to where you do have different echelons of legality, and well, these people did something wrong, but I'm in power, so we'll punish them, but leave all these other ones unpunished. That's a bad situation. But when you have something that's pretty clear like this, and again, all I can say about is what the evidence is showing so far, by all means, give them their day in court, but give them their day in court. Let's make sure that we actually get that, so that if the evidence confirms and an investigation can show that there was guilt, then there needs to be some accountability and punishment.
But nobody ever seems to get their day in court. The Epstein clients are very far from court. The people that rigged the 2020 election or are accused of doing so, none of them have been charged. It seems that Trump's pledge to drain the swamp was an empty pledge, either because they've got too much on him or because he's now a part of them. But for whatever reason, not many people are now all that convinced that a day in court's going to happen.
Well, that's the case. And we have, again, a conflation of some things where some people just make these ad nauseum accusations against people that they did this or that wrong. And the reason they haven't been brought to court is because there isn't actual evidence of it. The bigger concern is the ones where there is actual evidence of wrongdoing and we don't get them brought to court because they're a friend of somebody that's in power. I mean, there was all kinds of folks during the Biden administration that were not held to account or even brought up on charges because they were friendly with the Democratic Party. So they were not going to even be charged. And now then we have a similar situation with the Republican side, and that nobody who even might have done something wrong on the Republican side will even be considered to be charged with anything. But then we also have this odd situation to where even some that are not friendly to the Republican side are also not being charged. Some of my really strong Republican friends are just beside themselves with a lot of cases where I can't remember the guy's name right offhand, the one that used to be the DNI under Obama, and then Joe Biden, and he did all kinds of things with this situation where they're trying to pin Russiagate on Trump, etc. And they used the Steele dossier that everybody knew was false. He knew was false. We now have Tulsi Gabbard has released classified information that shows that he knew that Clapper, for example, and Dana. And yet nothing has happened. So the question is, well, then why do we release this classified information that shows that they knew that was fraudulent, and yet they pursued it anyway for intelligence, and yet nothing's happened? And that's a question I've gotten, and I don't have an answer for it.
No, but it's an appalling situation. It's the conduct of a banana republic, if you don't mind me saying so, where justice depends on.
I'm embarrassed that you have to say it, but I'm more embarrassed that it's true. I mean, it's true.
Yeah. Well, let's turn, if we may, to more warlike matters, Lieutenant Colonel, because your expertise is always really helpful to us. Pokrovsk has fallen. Kupiansk is partially occupied and will likely fall in the next couple of days. The Russian forces are on a roll, aren't they? And yet the money is still flowing from the European Union. The problem is, as Donald Trump just said, we're making money off the Iraq war because the European countries are buying our weapons. You're familiar with the phrase, don't throw good money after bad, don't reinforce failure. It's about time this war came to an end, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, Georgia, it's just, it's emphatically true. And just, I mean, I got to say, it drives me crazy when I see this, when you see, Pokrovsk is now effectively gone. You have Mirnograd, its sister city, and a large field set of forest belts underneath that in the south part that are completely surrounded now. No hope of getting out, and yet they didn't get them out when they had a chance to protect their troops. And now it looks like they're going to just have to fight until they die, or they surrender, or they run out of food, weapons, and ammunition, etc. And then, as you point out, there's the issue in Kupiansk where a considerable portion, more than 50%, is already captured. There is effectively an operational encirclement. They have fire control over the routes that are leading into that. And then you have other issues down in the Zaporizhia area. You have fights going on in several other areas in between those, really all across the front there. Even in the Kharkiv Oblast, there is now additional Russian penetrations into that area as well, because Ukraine simply doesn't have the manpower to fight all of them. So they had been trying to move some forces around to plug holes here, but they ran out of those. They don't have any more forces to plug holes. So the Russians just continue to move forward, and the Ukrainians continue to die every side. But simultaneous with this, you have the leadership of Kiev, you have the leadership in Brussels, and in unfortunately London and Rome, and also Germany, etc., France, of course. All they keep talking about is, yep, we're going to keep going more. We're going to get another round of sanctions. We're looking on a 20th package. This is the most insane thing that I've heard of. 18 packages didn't work. 19 packages didn't work. Trump's putting his sanctions on some of the Russian oil firms. That didn't work. And now you want to get a 20. You just keep saying, well, whatever hasn't worked, we're just going to try it again. Even all the time this is happening, you have Ukraine men dying by the large numbers every day, cities now falling, countryside being just shredded and turned to rubble, etc., even in some of these smaller villages. And I'm like, do you guys not have any kind of morality at all to when you can graphically see with your own eyes? And now in the air, you see overnight, again, massive bombardment from the Ukraine side. Even Kiev, the whole city was knocked out for a period of time. And the damage done to others in Kharkiv city as well continues to make it almost unsustainable for the winter, and they're still not done. And with all of that, instead of making the rational, logical, moral choice to stop fighting a war that can't be won and now cannot even be prevented to be lost, they just keep on going on with this language of victory as though none of those things I've described are happening. And I consider that to be immoral, not just policy failures, but that's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like in the fall of Baghdad when keep calm, carry on. There are no Americans here, while the Americans were in the camera shot. coming with their tanks up the
Baghdad Bob,
road. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've got now, and that's what our media now is, a chorus of Baghdad Bobs. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so tragic and so bloodily tragic. I mean, there's 10,500 men captured in this Zinoviev, is it the Zinoviev? No, Dimitrov, in the Dimitrov Kessel, 10,500 men, or however many of those are left, and they're not being permitted to surrender. It's a bit like Hitler and von Paulus in the original Kessel around Stalingrad.
Yeah.
What can you say about political leaders that sacrifice their men on such a scale?
Well, I mean, all you can say is that at this point, it's hard to come up with any other answer other than it's cash. It's just money or arrogance and the presumption that I can never acknowledge reality, because then I would have to acknowledge that everything I've been saying for nearly 4 years has been roundly wrong. That's why you see this, well, let's try another round of sanctions, because just a little bit more, that will finally do what the previous 19 rounds wouldn't work. Of course, it's absurd on the surface of it, on the face of it, everything going from 2022 to the disaster of the offensive in 2023, the failure throughout the entire calendar year of 2024 to stop the Russians, and now in 2025, you can't even keep the lights on in the city, and you're going back and you're about to lose 2 pretty major cities along with that, and you're putting the rest of it at risk. And there's just not enough Ukrainian troops to fill the gap. Desertions are a huge portion. There's almost as many desertions as there are casualties, and there is not a fraction of enough people you force into uniform to come in to offset those losses. It's a mathematical certainty that at some point the Ukraine side will just simply cease to exist, and then the Russians are probably going to be free to literally drive into Ukraine, because there won't be enough. At some point, that is likely to happen, because on the Russian side, they're increasing their production. They're increasing the number of troops that they have in active duty, meaning that they bring in more every month than they lose in casualties, probably by a pretty substantial number. It's grown up to around 1.5 million active now, 500,000 higher than it was when they invaded, even with all the losses that they've had. So any rational view would tell you that it would be suicide to continue doing this, to continue supporting this war. But I mean, there's big voices in the United States Senate, in our media. Certainly there's those. It's amazing to me, George, where I'll see these videos coming from several well-known British outlets almost on a daily basis, talk about how Russia's not winning. Ukraine is on the way back. They're stiffening up, and soon they're going to turn the tables. I mean, every week, while the actual report on the battlefield is the virtual opposite. So all I can imagine is that it's either this inability to acknowledge reality, and there's just some sort of psychological problem, or they are aware of it and they're like, but the money keeps flowing, so works for me. One of those two, but I can't think of a third one.
No, nor I. And of course, something's got to give. Either the military situation will collapse, and you'd be foolish to bet against that. However bravely the Ukrainian forces have fought for nearly 4 years, far more bravely than I expected them to, given the quality of their leadership and the conscript nature of their army and the forced conscription of so many people. They have fought valiantly. No one can doubt that. But if there's money,
absolutely,
it's not going to them. It's going to the people in the center, in Kiev. They're the ones that are making off with the millions, maybe tens of millions, maybe more than
listen,
that.
George, I just talked earlier today I just talked to somebody in Kiev that has connections directly in Kiev that used to be in the Zelensky administration, that drove that point home to me just a few hours ago, talking about how they're having to cut the pay of teachers, which was already minuscule, that the troops have now twice had their salary cut because there just isn't cash to go around. And then these monies that do come from fortifications and stuff get scraped off the top so much that hardly any actually gets built. And then they don't even have money to pay for their government unless they get billions of dollars from Europe. And it used to be the United States, but now apparently it's just Europe. They won't even be able to keep the lights turned on or anyone paid. And of course, with no functioning economy, they may run out of money and the ability to keep the country physically operating before the troops even collapse on the front line. So where is all this money going? Because it sure is going somewhere.
Well, I think we can both take an educated guess as to where it's going and where it's currently resting in the accounts that we could name probably quite easily, and we'd probably come up with the same list. The other thing that can give is the political class themselves. They could say, well, actually, we'll need a new leadership to bring this to an end. We'll have to force somehow the resignation of Zelensky and his replacement with someone with a mandate to bring about peace. Because if neither of these two things give, the front is going to move and move. It'll move right up to the river Dnipro. It will definitely move towards the liberation of Odessa. It will landlock Ukraine. It will rescue Transnistria. And then Ukraine will be a rump NATO stan that will be a burden to all of us for 100 years.
Yeah, and it's really that's already baked in my view. Even the Russia won't stop unless there's some kind of a deal that says there will be no NATO, no military support at all, and a reduced amount of troops for Ukraine. A demilitarization, they call it. The denazification is what you described there, with the requirement for new elections or something. And those have to have, in addition, some protections for the ethnic Russians that will remain inside of whatever left of Rump, etc. Those things are already baked in. And then you're going to have this massive, massive amount of territory that's going to have to be rebuilt. Russia is almost certainly going to rebuild the areas where they have. And right now they've already, written that into the Russian Federation. So in their mind already, it's already Russian territory. And we've seen, by the way, what they have done with the areas where they have already taken in the first couple of years of the war. And some of the rebuilding has just been phenomenal. It doesn't get any coverage in the Western press that I've seen. But if you look on their press, the videos and stuff that they put up, it's been pretty remarkable how they've already rebuilt a lot of the war damage. I don't know who's going to be doing it on whatever's left of the Western side here. That remains to be seen. But I can assure you that whoever is left in Ukraine will be asking for lots of money for a long time into the future.
It'll be us, Lieutenant Colonel. It won't be you. It'll be us. The Europeans have been completely mugged. I mean, I was in Moscow until a couple of days ago, and it's full of Americans. The Americans are in every hotel. They're at every reception. They're in the Bolshoi. Trump Americans, prominent Trumpers, are all in Moscow, preparing for the day when normalcy will return. And they're in prime position to make sure that it's America and Russia that do the business and extract the minerals and the rare earths and all the rest. It certainly won't be Europe, whose economy, I don't want to exaggerate it to you, sir, but our economies are on the slide and our societies with it. So it'll be us. I'll answer your question. It'll be us in Europe that pays for it.
And it's ironic and also quite depressing that it wouldn't have to be that way, because there was especially early in the war, there was a complete willingness on the Russian side. Maybe you can speak to this even more than I could. That they were willing to say, let's get this war over with. Let's get this ugly chapter put behind us, and let's get a security architecture for the entire continent, for everybody in Europe and Russia. And all of us can work together and figure out something that's going to work to keep the idea and the possibility of war off the table, and people can live in prosperity together where they can be mutually beneficial in both directions. Maybe that would still be possible, but in my view, the primary Ukraine or European leaders, and that's multiple countries, have just absolutely cut their own wrist on this for the future by making, at least Trump is saying, I'm looking forward to the after the war portion and we want to get back. He's saying that out loud. And so that apparently is why you've seen some of the Americans over there. They're looking forward to that. And I think the Russians are willing to do that. But then that's going to leave Europe on the outside of the opportunity, but we're hanging onto all of the bills to try to pay for all the rebuilding for the Ukraine side. So that seems like a pretty self-defeating policy for the Ukraine side. I don't get it, or for the European side.
It's the biggest boomerang in history. Your friend and mine, Professor Glenn Deason, put it brilliantly today. He said, we could spend hundreds of billions preparing for war, or we could pick up the phone and phone Moscow and agree a common European security architecture, which guarantees the security of all of us for the cost of a phone call. Or we could commit ourselves, as Britain has, to 100 years of subsidy of a state which by then will be little more than a Kosovo.
And you know, unfortunately, oftentimes when you prepare for war, you get this opportunity, this situation to where you actually get the war that you're trying to stop. And listen, we're kind of guilty of that on this side too. There was a speech on last Friday by Secretary of War, now poorly named, Pete Hegseth, said, hey, this is our 1939 moment. We need to start building up big time. We need our defense industrial base to start cranking into high gear, et cetera, as though we're in a world war, which is alarming enough to me. And of course, Europe is in this, you know, with Mark Rutte is in this big rearm Europe situation that's, you know, $800 billion through 2030 or whatever it is, to be even beyond that. Everybody jump up to 5%. I mean, what does anybody think that the Russians are going to do when you see all of this military buildup? They're not going to sit passive. They're not just going to take Ukraine. They're going to start building up their own capacity and continue to build it up. And by the way, militarily and defense industrial base, they're way ahead of us. It's going to take us a long, long time and a huge amounts of money, way more than $100 billion, to even start to close the gap. And it doesn't need to be. We don't need to get ready for a war with Russia. We need to start rebuilding our economies and taking care of our people, which is something we can afford and something we can do. And then we have some security, because Professor Deason is 100% right. There is the possibility that we could have a continental-wide security architecture. It's not fantasy, but to get there, to even have a possibility, you've got to get out of this perverted mindset that we have with Mark Rutte, with our current Secretary of War, that all they're looking for is to have war capabilities. No one's even talking about putting money in the diplomatic realm. Let's see if we can find a way to get this stuff tamped down. That doesn't even happen, George. And that's one of the things that's alarming to me, because it could end up setting the stage for our own doom.
Well, it's sort of ripping the scab off of a hidden truth that we've had, good Lord, now 45 years. So, or, you know, at least 40 years. The United States, on the one hand, has always claimed that we're, well, since 9/11, that we're in this war on terror against Islamic extremism. And yet, the history of the CIA is closely entwined with funding, training, equipping, both with normal provisions and with arms and ammunition, radical Islamic extremists. We backed them heavily in Afghanistan back in the 1980s. And the relationships that were formed then continued. So, you know, we've sort of created this mythological narrative that, you know, they hate us because of our freedom and they're out to destroy us. And yet, you know, we've, you know, as I said, used them as tools, for example, in the Second Chechen War in Russia. that was an effort with the CIA and MI6, putting money in the hand of the kinds of terrorists that we claim attacked us on 9/11. So I mean, it's just it's absurd. And here's, um, the one of the former ambassadors who served as in the Bureau of Counterterrorism, or what's now called the Bureau of Counterterrorism. They've had him on tape. We're talking about how with MI6 he was introduced to Al Shara, and this is back when Jelani, using his nom de guerre, was walking around with a long beard and dressed in combat fatigues like Volodymyr Zelensky. And under Jelani, they murdered Christians, murdered Shia Muslims, murdered Alawites, was involved with attacks on U.S. soldiers in Iraq. Now, I put that in, that's not terrorism. When you're attacking military forces, I'm not in favor of it, but that's just that's part of war. But it's the attacks and the brutality against civilians, women, and men and children. And he's got blood on his hands. But we go, no big deal.
Is he a creature of the CIA?
He is. I think he's been recruited by the CIA. I don't know at what point in there's some. He was in jail in Iraq. And then at some point he gets out and he's aligned with ISIS. And then, the ideological difference, he gets into al-Nusra. And somewhere in that transition process, he comes in contact with U.S. intelligence. And I don't know if it was a financial arrangement, what the recruitment process was, but clearly he has been aligned with CIA interests for well over a decade.
Well, you think the president? Well, how could you possibly know if Trump has an indication of his horrific personal background as a butcher of human beings?
Yeah, well, we go back in our history. We've always found somewhat I'll call moral flexibility in dealing with people on the one hand that we claim are monsters, and then they become our monsters, and they're okay.
Right. Right. We've been doing this for generations. Is Trump free to drop his zealous Zionism? It's almost it's almost like when he addressed the Israeli Knesset, he practically said he's not free to drop it as long as Mrs. Adelson is still around with her $60 billion in the bank.
Well, I think as Alistair has outlined, the role that the Adelsons and others played in salvaging Trump's real estate business. When he was facing financial collapse, and this small group of Jewish billionaires rescued him. So you can at least give him credit that he's loyal to those who helped him out in the past. But the problem is his message. He became what he is by emphasizing America first. And yet what has happened this year is America has taken a backseat to the Zionist cause. And it's important I don't want to label it as the Jewish cause, because when, last time I checked, Mike Huckabee is not Jewish, and neither is Ted Cruz. And so you've got, and neither is Marco Rubio. So you've got the Christian Zionists along with the Jewish Zionists that pursue this notion that they are an entitled, no supremacist people that can do anything they want because God told them that they could. And so, Trump has essentially sold out to that crowd, and I don't think he can get loose.
Does Marco Rubio want to meet with Sergei Lavrov?
I don't know. What Lavrov said is that they talked to Rubio. Apparently, it was not an unpleasant conversation where there was no hope of going forward. But Lavrov has emphasized that the diplomatic door is open, but he's also reminded Rubio, and it's incumbent upon Rubio to remind Donald Trump that the Russian demands are clear and they are not for negotiation. That Crimea, Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk, Luhansk are now permanent parts of Russia. They are part of the Russian Federation. They're not going back to Ukraine. That's number one. And NATO needs to completely cut all ties with Ukraine, and Ukrainian troops need to withdraw back into Ukrainian territory. And they're not, that's not up for negotiation. There is no daylight between Putin or Lavrov. And what we've seen this week is quite a bit of desperation on the part of the West. I likened it to, the drowning passengers off of the Titanic thrashing about in the frosty water, trying to find something to float on. So Putin held two meetings last week. The first one was basically dealing with the arms control testing, nuclear testing. All the key national security figures were there, except for Lavrov. So that led to an immediate spate of rumors that, oh boy, Putin is upset with Lavrov, and Lavrov is on his way out. And then a day or two later, there was another national security meeting. We still don't have the details on what that was, but Lavrov wasn't at that. And so people said, oh my God, he's gone for sure. Well, Lavrov popped up. I don't know if he had a cold or if he's taking a few days off, but he's back. And he was saying the same thing that Vladimir Putin said to the foreign ministry back in June of 2024. So, the Russians are united, at least at the leadership level, about what the policy is. And it's just, Trump and Rubio refuse to listen.
Here's Lavrov earlier today, November 10th, on the START Treaty. Chris, number 5.
The constructive initiative put forward by President Vladimir Putin in the post-New START context speaks for itself. It contains no hidden agenda and is perfectly clear for understanding. Its practical implementation would not require any special additional efforts. Therefore, we do not consider it necessary to hold in-depth discussions on this proposal. The only thing required is reciprocity from the United States. We will voluntarily adhere to the restrictions only if, and precisely for as long as, the other side does the same. Naturally, should the Americans have any questions, they are free to raise them with us. So far, there has been no substantive response from Washington. We have been informed through diplomatic channels that the issue is under consideration. We have no intention of keeping persuading anyone. We believe that our step serves the interests of both parties and the entire international community. We are ready for any development of events while hoping for a positive outcome.
START expires in February. The Russians are willing to stick with it for another year. When Trump was asked about this 2 months ago, he said, sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, unfortunately, the U.S. is the one that's got the track record of walking away from these arms control agreements. And, it's one thing if you walk away from an agreement and you wind up in a stronger position, but in every single case, we're in a weaker position. George W. Bush walked away from the anti-ballistic missile treaty agreement back in 2002, and instead, the country that then developed anti-ballistic missile air defense systems was Russia, not the United States. We got the Patriot missile battery, which it's good against some conventional missiles or drones, but not against ballistic hypersonic missiles. It's completely ineffective. Whereas Russia actually has something plausible. Same thing on the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Agreement. That was designed to put constraints on, missiles that could travel, I think, 2,000 miles or less. Again, here's Russia now. They're fielding the Orushnik, which is, again, the West has nothing to compare with that, nothing to counter it, and so. On every single one of these agreements, when the United States has walked away from it, Russia has made dramatic advances in those very areas. And I guarantee you, if Trump lets New START lapse, the Russians will probably pretty quickly reveal that they've now got a new intercontinental ballistic missile, probably that is hypersonic. And when we say that, all ballistic missiles travel, above the say Mach 6. But the key is, can you maneuver them while in flight? And that's, I think, the kind of next advance you're going to see out of Russia, if the United States doesn't say, "Hey, yeah, let's stick with New START. Let's go forward with this."
Will Russia come to Venezuela's aid if the U.S. attacks?
Not overtly. I don't see Russia wanting to extend itself. They're going to focus on right now finishing the war in Ukraine. They've also got Iran as part of their strategic alliance. They have provided weapons and air defense systems, I'm sure, and some advisors, but they're not looking to establish themselves militarily in Venezuela and then get into a fight with the United States over that. Again, Putin's overall objective is to try to have normal relations with the United States where we're not pointing a gun at each other. We take the guns, holster them up, and sit and talk, have a coffee, instead of arming yourselves to the teeth to fight one another.
And what happens when we invade Venezuela?
Boy, potential nightmare scenario if we put ground troops in. Right now, there are not enough troops offshore that would allow the United States to secure anything of significance. And once you put U.S. Marines on shore, then the potential for them to be ambushed and killed in a variety of ways goes way up. The terrain, I jokingly said that Venezuela is Spanish for Vietnam, but the reality is Venezuela represents far more formidable territory than Vietnam, much more mountainous. Still, this triple canopy jungle that we saw in Vietnam. The road network through the mountains is such that if the U.S. is going to, you've got two ways to travel. You're going to travel by road, you're going to walk or ride, or you're going to go in a helicopter. Venezuela has enough shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles that they could render our helicopter fleet, shoot several of them down. So it'll be a high-risk operation with those helicopters, which leaves the ground ops. And the ground ops take you through ambush territory. In Afghanistan, we had trouble. There, the mountains were not covered with heavy jungle growth. They are in Venezuela, so it would be a real challenge, and all we'd be biting off is a sustained guerrilla war. Those folks down there, they're armed, and then the borders getting across from Colombia and Brazil, uncontrollable. I mean, this would be one of the greatest strategic blunders in American history if Trump goes forward with this.
Here's the Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War. The United States is now in wartime footing, Larry. Cut number 4.
We're not just buying something. We're solving life and death problems for our warfighters. We're not building for peacetime. We are pivoting the Pentagon and our industrial base to a wartime footing. Building for victory should our adversaries FA-FO.
Yeah, this is not a podcast. Okay, yeah, I've used the acronym FA-FO, fudge around, find out. Yeah, it's one thing to do it in social media. For God's sake, he is the top civilian official in charge of the Pentagon. And that kind of juvenile behavior is unbecoming, but it also sends an alarming message to serious people overseas in China and in Russia, because all they can see from that is you've got somebody who lacks judgment, and they're going to have to assume if you're faced with a scenario of is the United States going to do something crazy or not, you're going to have to assume they're going to be crazy, because Hegseth has shown no kind of mature judgment. He's a clown.
How do the troops react when he sounds like they do?
Well, the 18, 19-year-olds probably love it. I mean, that's they're not known for having great maturity at that age, but the seasoned veterans, they've got to listen to that and say, this is unbecoming to someone in that position. And again, this notion, why are we preparing for war? Why aren't we building bases for peace? Why aren't we looking to forge ties of cooperation and collaboration instead of confrontation? So this entire mentality is the entire mentality is wrong.
He did announce shortly before we went on air that they killed 6 more people in these speedboats. It's now 19 speedboats and 76 human beings murdered, and 2 survivors. I'm waiting for the survivors to file lawsuits, but they haven't been filed yet. But I guess there's no stopping this. Congress doesn't have the votes or the understanding of the Constitution to stop it. The president thinks, what, this shows some sort of macho masculinity by killing these people before they get to our shores. We have no names, no evidence, nothing. We just take Seth's word for it that they're bad guys and therefore we killed them. I almost can't believe that this is happening.
Well, we've been, let's be honest about it. We've been doing it now repeatedly for more than 24 years, since 9/11. In the aftermath of 9/11, and the president was given authorization for the authorized use, AUMF it was called, authorized use for military force. Traditional rules of engagement were dramatically relaxed, and organizations like the CIA and like the Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, were given broad authority to launch kill capture missions, and there's emphasis on the killing without necessarily engaging somebody that was pointing a gun at you, threatening to shoot you. We would decide that a particular person, like Anwar al-Awlaki, an American citizen who was a cleric, a Sunni cleric, and was espousing ideas that we considered radical. Remember, it was Barack Obama, I think it was Obama, that authorized killing him. And it's an extrajudicial murder. Our law, who am I to teach you about the law? But our system, in theory, was designed to say, you know what? You are innocent until the government proves beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. And then once you're adjudged to be guilty, then the government can take punitive action, whether it's incarceration or even, in the worst case, execution. But just because we think you're a bad guy, just because we don't like something that you've written, just because you're holding a meeting that we don't approve of, is not in accordance with U.S. law to just go out and kill them. And yet we've got the likes of Lindsey Graham, saying, lower your taxes and kill the right people. Well, who are the right people? It's the people that don't agree with Lindsey.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, this is disgusting, and it's dangerous because, Americans have become immunized to wanton killing. That instead of finding ways to diplomatically solve problems, we've been conditioned that the best way is to kill them, even if they're not threatening your life or posing an imminent threat to your life or serious bodily harm. Our solution is kill them, and that hasn't bought us peace at all. After 9/11, it's not made the world a safer place.
Larry, on a lighter note, before we go, one of the chatters, the people that email us during the show, has asked if your shirt today is alive.
Yeah. The problem with wearing this shirt is if I go to like Home Depot or Lowe's or and you go into their garden area where they got all the plants, if I fall down, nobody would see me. I'd be camouflaged.
Thank you, Larry. I know you're traveling. I'm not sure when we'll see you next, but I hope we can see you again before the week is out.
With terminology, there is a new united front in China, and this united front is a scientific, technological, academic, media, and all over the bulk of the Chinese population as well. It's a matter of national pride. It's a matter that they agree that the leadership is deeply involved in defending national security, pride, civilization, values, and the importance of China as the #1 geoeconomic power in the world already, and one of the top 3 geopolitical powers. And this is a process that we all know. This has been going at least for the past 25 years, accelerated, but with a strong acceleration this particular year, especially after that tsunami of sanctions unleashed by Trump 2.0 in the spring, earlier in the spring this year. So when you all of you, our audience, we can all imagine, or we cannot even imagine, the impact of this Chinese self-confidence and what they're accomplishing technologically at breakneck speed as usual, including the fact that now some of their scientists are saying openly that maybe in a matter of 2 to 3 years, we won't need anything in tech terms from the US anymore, as much as they don't need the American market anymore. If the American market is totally blocked to China by Trump, it's no problem. They have the whole global South as partners, and they are the main partners of most of the global South. So these are facts. This is not ideology, and this is not bragging and bullying, So when this extremely dysfunctional Trump 2.0 administration looks at these two looming strategic defeats, what they are doing is what we are already watching in horror across the global South. They are unleashing their fury, their resentment, their impotence on what they identify are weak links across the global South, which brings us to the mega glaring case of Venezuela, which we are all of us, we are extremely worried about. Something is going to happen against Venezuela. So this is where we are at the moment. It's crazy because in our conversations, we always think that things might stabilize in the dementia level for a while. No, they always get worse, and they always get more dangerous. So now we are contemplating the prospect of, and many of us, like I am an OG, an old gangster. I'm the old generation. I remember military coups by the United States all over, including where I was born. When the Americans came with their military coup in Brazil, I was 9. I was in school. I remember the day. I remember the conversations. I remember my parents talking about it. And what was it? It was one of the possible, maybe 4 or 5 scenarios that the Trump administration is contemplating now on Caracas. Yep. Another scenario would be the shock and awe 2003, where Caracas would be the new Baghdad. But this first scenario, which was the military coup in Brazil in 1964, there are some similarities as well. Do you know that the Americans at the time, they sent a lot of warships to Brazil? And this was the spark for the comprador military elites in Brazil launch their palace coup and their regime change operation. And the guy who controlled the whole thing was the American ambassador in Brasilia, Lincoln Gordon. Everybody in Brazil knows the story very well. Not many people around the world know it. So this was one of the very first ultra hardcore regime change operations, with the Americans using their military power, their diplomatic power, and their pressure economic power in alliance with local comprador elites, military and otherwise. And this was, 60 years ago, 64. And this is one of the scenarios. Another scenario would be the Manuel Noriega scenario. It's also being contemplated. A third scenario is the Navy SEALs scenario, and they are actually contemplating that, sending a bunch of Navy SEALs to kidnap and or assassinate Maduro and military people around him. And of course, the most worrying scenario of them all, which is Caracas as the new Baghdad during shock and awe in 2003. It's crazy, isn't it, for all of us to be discussing this in 2025, when all of us were thinking that this is a thing of the past. The empire is going to be slightly more subtle after losing the war on terror that they launched. No, it's much, much worse. Now they are unleashing their fury with no limits, and of course, rehashing the same old scenarios that they had been applying to destabilize the global south everywhere for the past 60 years.
Yeah, and you talk about no limits. I think what's so interesting is latest reports coming out of the Wall Street Journal say that the Trump administration is actually having a really difficult time choosing which of those options you just outlined for us, Pepe,
yes,
because they all have major consequences. Maybe one of the key differences between the example you gave with Brazil, a very good one and a horrific one, and Venezuela now, is that the opposition in Venezuela is incredibly divided, and the U.S.'s top awarded Nobel Peace Prize winner, Miss Machado, is not.
What is that thing? What is that?
She is not loved in Venezuela. But I wanted to ask you, Pepe. I've been asking everyone who has been on the show since this has happened. You talked here about Russia's major military breakthroughs, and I wanted to ask you, especially in the missile realm, I wanted to ask you about these transport aircraft that have been quote unquote linked to Wagner that have landed in Venezuela. Talk about the relationship. Maduro has been talking up his relationship with Russia of the Venezuelan government, and of course China. We all know Maduro's famous "look at my Huawei phone" and the real relations between Xi Jinping and Nicolas Maduro. Talk about where that fits in the calculus, especially when it comes to these aircraft that many people have not been able to really identify what's going on.
Well, we don't know what's inside, Danny. Of course, there won't be any leaks from Caracas, from Moscow, and from both. Same thing of what the Chinese are sending to Caracas as well. Nobody knows. I was trying to get some echoes about it from China today. No, absolutely no official position, and just analysts and academics speculating essentially. Well, we can say that the famous underground channels, or the same unofficial channels that allow, for instance, communication between the Houthis in Yemen with both Russia and China, which is something that one of the members of their political council, when I was in Yemen earlier this year, with a smile, with a beautiful flowery response in Arabic. Basically, he acknowledged, yes, we have our own channels. So obviously, Russia and China, apart from their official channels, and Ryabkov, Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia, 2 or 3 days ago, he said that we are talking to Caracas in all our channels. And that also implies the underground subterranean channels as well, which would involve what kind of military assistance Caracas may receive from now on. We know on the record that Maduro asked Russia for very specific stuff, bulk missiles, for instance. He's going to get it. He already gets it, and he's going to get more, of course. And of course, in his very calculated, terse way, Putin already said that anything that the Americans might be considering in Venezuela might be a very, very bad idea. Okay, not these words, but this was the essence of what he said. So obviously, once again, to quote our great friend Martianov, people who have an IQ above room temperature in the Beltway, they should be paying attention. We don't know if they are. Apparently, some of them are, because there is a clash, not necessarily in the Beltway, but even inside the State Department and the National Security Council about the less than zero evidence about these two cartels identified by the State Department, by the lowly gusano Marco Rubio, essentially. People don't even know if these cartels actually exist or if they are something that they dug up from the late 90s or the early 2000s, etc. And of course, at the same time, what's very dangerous is that the Department of Justice is working on dodgy, ultra dodgy, legalistic ways to try to frame Maduro as a narco trafficker. Maduro never did anything remotely similar. You have to go after Colombian or Mexican cartels. And some people, at least in the Beltway, are saying, look, the drugs, they don't come from Venezuela. They come from Colombia and from Mexico. And this is based on evidence. And this is based on collected evidence in both Colombia and Mexico. That's a completely different story. So this might explain why the circus ringmaster, there's a cauldron boiling in his brain at the moment, because he doesn't even have a serious elements to make a decision, even if he follows his neocon Secretary of State. We all know, everybody knows, and the Venezuelans more than anybody know that this is a Marco Rubio project. And the only thing that Marco Rubio has in his mind in terms of foreign policy, Marco Rubio cannot point Kazakhstan on a map, but he can point to Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. That's the only thing that matters for him. And the rest of Latin America, he doesn't even know where it is. Ask Marco Rubio anything about Bolivia or Peru, forget it. So that's an enormous problem, because he is one of the very few people who has Trump's ear, who can whisper directly on Trump's ear, virtually on a daily basis. So we have a president of the United States which is totally unprepared to make a decision of as portentous as this one, with, as you mentioned, unimaginable consequences, starting with how Russia and China are going to react. Well, Latin America, well, it's terrible. Well, I was born in Brazil. I grew up, my first few years were in South America. And when I left Brazil, technically, it was still a military dictatorship. So, my previous history with South America and Latin America is absolutely horrible. And when you know the elites, especially, when you know the comprador classes in all these nations, including Venezuela, which before the Bolivarian Revolution was the most rapacious comprador class, probably in the whole of Latin America, even worse than the Brazilians and the Colombians, And these are the people, by the way, who want the U.S. back in in Venezuela. So there are not many reasons to trust that if Venezuela is attacked, we would have a concerted Latin America front to go against it. And to go against it, how? Are they going to fight the U.S. militarily in the Caribbean? Of course not. We're going to have blah blah blahs, like the Palestinian Authority blah blah blahing about Gaza and the West Bank, but that will be it. We're going to have Lula saying, I am against it. So what? What are you going to do in practice? So there's not much trust on individual Latin American nations' response if the empire tries something that they tried for decades. And they were very successful, especially in the 60s and the 70s, a long time ago. So now we're back to the 60s and the 70s with a shock and awe 2003 element to it, So it once again all hinges on if Russia and China will be forceful enough to send through the appropriate underground channels directly to Trump a message that will spell out, don't mess with Caracas.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, Danny. We don't know. We don't know.
Wouldn't it be nice if the Brazilian government under Lula would actually recognize the elections, the recent elections that brought Nicolas Maduro to power?
It's a very good
Venezuela
question.
would be in BRICS right now, by the way, if that were the case, but continue. Yeah.
It's a very good question, Danny. They won't, because the Ministry of Foreign Relations in Brazil is an Atlanticist operation. This is the short answer. It's much more complicated than that, but this is the short answer to the question. Yeah. And Lula himself is still wavering because of the people who are whispering in his ear about how Maduro is a dictator, an autocrat, all that crap, influenced by the Americans, of course. So don't expect anything else apart from, a slight degree of irritation by Lula, and that's about it.
It was interesting earlier you were bringing up the possibility of back channel assistance similar to what Ansar Allah in Yemen received from Russia and China. Well, you know who else is thinking like this? The U.S. Marines, the Center for Maritime Strategy, which is their think tank. China, Iran, and Russia will intervene in Venezuela to threaten U.S. regional hegemony. Oh, you know how they spin it. It has to be threatening regional hegemony, and it's in the U.S.'s backyard. But they make a similar argument, but different framing, of course, different. The Red Sea strategy challenging U.S. maritime superiority. So similarly, this think tank cites, Pepe, that it's not really even about how open the support is, whether an Oreshnik is going to be visibly seen entering Venezuela, but it's what Russia and even China can do and will do, and Iran too, because Iran and Venezuela have great relations, to support Venezuela's ability to maintain its government despite this pressure. What do you make of this, given the fact that Venezuela is more important to Russia, China, and Iran, of course, than I think what meets the eye? I think it often doesn't get spoken about because it's been so long since Latin America has been at the same kind of level of U.S. interference as, let's say, the West Asia or Russia vis-a-vis Ukraine.
Well, there's something that all of these, maybe these two top conflicting factions in the Beltway forget. And this is something that I could illustrate with just one quote by the Interior Minister of Venezuela, Diosdado Cabello. Cabello is a very, very good minister. He's a very well-educated guy, very sharp. He said something absolutely extraordinary a few days ago, translated directly from Spanish. Anyone who wants can remember Vietnam, when a small but united people with an iron will were able to teach U.S. imperialism a lesson. This is something that very few people in Washington know about. The degree of cohesion between the leadership in Caracas, the military establishment, the top generals, and the barrios, the working class. the working class, not only Caracas, but across Venezuela. And this is the body of the Bolivarian Revolution. It was very successful in terms of uniting people in a national project. And there are similarities with the cohesion in Vietnam during the 60s. So, for instance, today I received an extraordinary letter from VIPs that the veterans of U.S. intelligence, where we find many of our friends like Ray McGovern, like Scott Ritter, and they sent a sort of warning memo to Trump, basically telling him, think 10 times before you make a decision like that. And of course, he'll never read it because he doesn't read it. Number two, assuming somebody would read it, would they at least convey the 3 or 4 most important paragraphs to Trump so that could influence his, yes, that's it, the VIP's memo. This is outstanding because it comes from people with, sterling background in intel in the US. And they outline all the right reasons for not attacking Venezuela. It may be not enough. And coming from people who are extremely able. So, but this is a speck in the sand, because in terms of an enlightened debate across the Beltway about the Monroe Doctrine applied to Venezuela, there's no debate whatsoever. So, flying blind into an unprovoked war against the Latin American government, exactly. Even when weakened by years of U.S. maximum pressure. Yes, even maximum pressure in Venezuela, just like maximum pressure in Iran, was not enough to break them. And it won't break them. Conflagration that could draw Russia into the conflict, there's no question about that. And zero probability of establishing a legitimate pro-U.S. successor government. Of course not. Yeah. The popularity of that female Guaido is negligible. And the comprador elites, they're not even in Caracas, Danny. They're in Miami. They're in Florida.
We haven't heard one so-called like Capriles-like figure at all emerge in all of this. We would. I mean, come on. This is the U.S. That's who they want. They want to see somebody like that. Doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't exist. So let's think in terms of calculations. Assuming anybody in the Beltway or around Gusano Rubio is making any sort of calculations, there will be an enormous void. Even if they manage to kill, once again, is the decapitation logic. It's it's fascinating because obviously they learn all the wrong things from the Israelis. The Israelis always believe that if they decapitate the leadership of the IRGC or Hezbollah, etc., they solve all their problems. No, they forget that processes are not individualistic. Processes are collective. And the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela is a process. It doesn't matter who's on top. And they're very well prepared people at different levels. Just like Hezbollah, the second, third generation of Hezbollah, they are as good as the people who were decapitated. But it's a typical Zionist, Israeli, American way of dealing with people that they hate. Well, let's kill them all. In fact, the president of the United States a few days ago said, those basically what he said is that those 13, 14 motorboats so far, quite a
15
few.
now. I think it's 15.
15 motorboats so far, and they killed already tens of people. They are narco-terrorists because we say so. So we go there and kill them all. That's it.
A survivor in Colombia was just released from one of, after being placed on shore by Colombian authorities, was released. And Gustavo Petro said straight up, this is just targeting poor laborers, people who are fishing
fishermen
out in the sea, out in the ocean. Yeah. Pepe, I wanted to first, let me just really quick before I get back to Russia, I wanted to add this to the stage, given that you were talking about Vietnam. President Maduro himself, Venezuela, was taking lessons from the heroic victorious people of Vietnam, calling Ho Chi Minh's thought on the military a fundamental book. And anyone who knows Nicolas Maduro knows that he's always talking to the media. So he was doing this on the media. I won't play it because it's in Spanish, but nonetheless.
In Spanish, like Chavez used to do. The difference, Chavez would speak for 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Like at the UN. UNGA, he would take up the whole time. Yep. Okay, Pepe. So let's talk about these when it comes now back to the Russian side, given all of what's happening worldwide. Maybe you can give an outline for the audience exactly what Russia has just militarily accomplished with the Berezovsky missile, the Poseidon underwater torpedo, and of course there's the Oreshnik from earlier in the year or earlier last year, and now, and you also cited the Khabarovsk nuclear submarine. I believe the Samarta missile is,
it's a nuclear sub to deliver Poseidons. But the real big thing are the Poseidons themselves.
And Putin also intimated another missile coming out soon, a heavy payload.
Apparently not only one, but 2 or 3 within the next few months and all the way to 2026. It's non-stop. It's not. Well, look, maybe we can say, I'm not a nuclear expert, of course, but we probably could say with a good degree of certainty that the most revolutionary element of these latest breakthroughs are the miniaturized nuclear reactors. And in fact, Putin actually said that. We can use these miniaturized nuclear reactors even for space exploration. So there are so many possibilities of using these miniaturized nuclear reactors, and they are not exclusively military. So this is a major breakthrough. Let me see. I don't know if I included the Putin quote in the article. I think I did.
Which quote?
I think when he talks about no. He was talking about the avant-garde missiles and the Sarmats. Yes, there's going to be a new Sarmat soon, probably next year. And it's crazy because the Bureveshnik, it's even more powerful than the Sarmat. So they're upping the ante all the time. And of course, it's in terms of the continuity of their breakthroughs in nuclear energy, nuclear power, and nuclear power applied to ballistic missiles and hypersonics, nobody comes even close to them. Well, okay, the Chinese way behind, and the Americans, 2-3 generations behind. So the civilian applications are going to be as important as the military applications. And obviously, picking up on what our friend Grandmaster Taoist Sergei Lavrov said a few days ago, after those tests, there was essentially a thunderous silence across the West because they didn't even know what was going on. So they couldn't even say anything because they couldn't even place that anywhere. They didn't have the conceptual frame to place these tests and how important they are. So this is another example of Russians keep doing what they are doing the Russian way, without boasting, without bragging. When they test something, it's because it's already there, and they tested zillions of times before. And then when they have a practical test, it's just, okay, this weapon is ready to go online. And it goes online. And now they are already producing Oreshniks serial production of Oreshniks, which was tested only a few months ago. It's a completely different mindset and process compared to the American process, which is basically bragging. We have the biggest military in the history of the galaxies and all that. Well, okay, show us your hypersonics. Do they work? Do you have them? Do they work? Well, there you go.
You know, Putin reacted when he was awarding the developers of Burevestnik and the Poseidon State Awards. He said that these weapons will achieve strategic parity for the entirety of the 21st century.
Exactly.
Yes. Talk about what that means to you, Pepe. What kind of message does that send?
Danny, you know that Putin doesn't go for hyperbole. He's a very measured, cool, calculated guy. So when he says something like this, we're talking about the next 75 years, it's because his scientists briefed him on the civilian and military applications of these, especially these miniaturized nuclear reactors, and they are already working on them. So obviously, he put it in this absolutely, this is like a thunderbolt from Zeus, this sentence in itself. This means it's not only strategic parity, but it's strategic deterrence and being above any peer competitor. In fact, there's only one, the US, for the rest of the century. Wow. Can you imagine how this is being not digested in the Pentagon by the Secretary of Forever Wars himself?
Well, he has been silent, just like NATO, Mr. Hegseth, but who has not been silent, and I'll play this maybe to the regret of of all of us. Let me play Trump's. This is the AI reaction that Donald Trump gave to really what the timing is just absolutely not coincidental. It is in response to what Russia has just laid out. Here we go.
The United States of America has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished, including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office, where I rebuilt the military. Because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it having to do with nuclear weapons, but I really had no choice. Russia is second in line and China is a distant third, but will be even within 5 years. Because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention.
So, Pepe, I mean, the kids would call that AI slop.
For decades. This is completely, and that's why the first Russian reaction is, does he know what he's saying? Obviously, immediately they concluded that he had no idea what he's saying. And that's why Putin and Belousov, they have been very, very careful to say, okay, if he actually said that, and he's ordering American nuclear tests from now on, we will do our own nuclear testing as well. Obviously, but there's no question about that. And obviously, the Chinese will also do it, the North Koreans, India, Pakistan, everybody. Yeah. It's now open to nuclear testing, open season.
Right. And I want to clarify with everybody in the audience who just saw that some are saying this is AI, this is AI. Yes, Trump often releases AI, what kids would say, AI slop. That was AI, but that was the official message coming out of Washington.
But this was an official message. And it was taken very, very seriously by the Russians. Very, very seriously. So they are now, okay, let's wait a little bit. Let's see if it comes back to the issue. And let's see if there's some movement toward testing. If that's the case, we're on as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly what the defense council. I mean, Vladimir Putin was sitting with the defense council right after these meetings, right after that announcement, saying,
yes,
we will take equal and reciprocal measures on this.
Of course.
Talk about, Pepe, what the significance for BRICS and the rest of the world is with these innovations from Russia, because we've heard Sergei Lavrov, we've heard, I guess we say, quote unquote, the Kremlin or the Russian government say that they are not against giving, trading weapons, supplying weapons to friendly countries. We've had lawmakers inside the Kremlin say that about Venezuela, but of course, we know about the Iran situation, and all the rumors swirling about that. But we know that Russia's military trade is also a part of what they do with these countries, no doubt. So talk about what this means for friendly countries, many of them BRICS members.
Exactly. Probably there's going to be a BRICS Conga line arriving in Moscow. Okay, we want to shop. We want this. It could happen, certainly. And of course, assuming that the Russians have enough production capacity to deliver and to fulfill all these possible contracts. India is going to be one of the top customers. No question about that. Well, but going beyond, let's say, a conga line of BRICS nations interested in Russian firepower, know-how, etc., we still need to go back to the nitty-gritty of this on-the-ground hybrid war against the global South as a whole, against some BRICS nations, against prospective BRICS nations like Venezuela, or BRICS partners in the case of Nigeria. Trump already said that sooner or later the US is going to intervene in Nigeria. So that brings us to one of the key issues 1 year after the very successful BRICS summit in Kazan last year. Is BRICS as a group working on a concerted strategy to at least stare down the empire unleashing its fury, revenge, impotence, hate, pure hatred, ideological hatred all across the global South? How cohesive is BRICS on this matter? We don't know. We don't know, and there are many signs that this cohesiveness is still not there. This is a geopolitical issue. It's a military geopolitical issue. It's quite different from what BRICS agrees in geoeconomics, and especially what they agreed last year in Kazan, and what, of course, they continue to implement, and this BRICS lab, as I call it, is still testing all different alternative settlement systems, etc. I'll be in Moscow in a few days, and I'll have an on-the-ground update on where this is going. I even have my first big meeting as soon as I arrive in Moscow will be to discuss that, in fact. Very, very important. But on the geopolitical unity front, it's much more complicated. And of course, inside BRICS, we have players that are, well, dodgy is a lenient way of describing them. I'm talking about the United Arab Emirates, for that matter, which, by the way, in Sudan is pitted against another BRICS member, Egypt. They are on opposite sides in Sudan. And Sudan, of course, the Americans are also looking at Sudan. Of course, in terms of Africa, there are so many different hotspots that the empire can use to destabilize certain regions of Africa. For instance, the French were directly involved, but the Americans are indirectly involved in this latest Al-Qaeda push in Mali, which apparently for the moment is under control, but they'll be back. There's no question. They need to destabilize at least one of the members of the Alliance of the Sahel States. Nigeria, of course, energy producer, and BRICS, allied with BRICS. The war, we should never forget, the hybrid war in different levels is the empire against the whole of BRICS, including the BRICS partners. That's why it's so dangerous. But so far, we have not seen, and I have not heard from people close to BRICS officials in several nations that they are actually sitting down to discuss this among themselves in detail. They discuss a lot on geoeconomics, on settlement systems, on increasing trade in their own currencies, but not an overall BRICS strategy to counteract the empire. And this is something that they should have started this thing yesterday. It's taking too long. And sooner or later, we could have a BRICS member falling, or a BRICS partner falling, or a direct destabilization of the empire of a BRICS member or a BRICS partner. This is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. But there's still no political will, Danny. Unfortunately, I'm giving you the realist reading of how this thing is going. And of course, we all know that inside BRICS, everything depends on the two top deciders, the Russia-China Strategic Partnership. And they have so many complicated fish to fry at the moment. So I'm sorry to be a little disappointing on all that, but this is the realist reading, you know.
Yeah, well, it's in my estimation that it would, like, you know, the three BRICS members that have an orientation toward really accelerating the process are Russia, China, and Iran, and everybody else is kind of playing catch up, especially geopolitically, politically. So it's really up to them, especially Russia and China, who are at a much more favorable position than Iran is, surrounded by vipers of the imperialist order. That seems to be the the need, you know. And you raise, you know, recently Malaysia was just threatened by the U.S. ambassador.
Absolutely.
He said they join BRICS, it's not in their interests. It's in their interest to stay with us.
Even after they treated Trump as one of their sultans. Trump was treated almost like a Malaysian sultan when he visited, with extreme. The Malaysians are extremely courteous, hyper polite, gracious, etc. And Trump was extremely. It was not enough, and they knew who we're dealing with. They were trying at least to appease the king of the jungle, which they did, but perhaps only for a few days. Not enough. Right, and here in Thailand as well, the Americans are, you know, that they are building one of the largest embassies, consulates in the world here in Chiang Mai, in northern Thailand. Why? Very close to the Chinese border. Right. And obviously the Thai government, they have to be very careful. They cannot antagonize the Americans frontally. There are a lot of American interests here in the whole of Thailand. So it's a complicated, you know, they have to have, although their relationship with China is very, very strong and very important, the relationship between the Thai monarchy and the Chinese Communist Party is very strong. Something that very few people know.
Right. Those infrastructure projects speak for themselves. I know that there's many underway. Right. Yeah, well, here is that threat. What's so interesting is that Anwar Ibrahim of Malaysia, he was very at the BRICS summit. I mean, he was talking about the Bandung and the spirit of anti-colonialism. And then when Trump came, it seemed like the reverse of all of that, right?
No, but you cannot antagonize him directly, Danny. I think it was Anwar is one of the smartest diplomats in the world and a survivor as well. Did you see one of the things that he said to Trump was extremely sophisticated, but it was a seduction approach that he knew would work. He said, look, I have been to jail. You almost went to jail. So we have a few things in common. Trump laughed about it. Trump got the message. So, you don't mess with a guy who's been to jail, is back, and now is the leader of his country. Same thing with Lula. Lula has also been to jail. You don't mess with Lula. And Trump cannot mess with Lula directly. This is something that he learned even after their brief meeting.
Yep.
And Lula already said, look, if these tariffs continue, I'm going to call myself directly and say, okay, look, we had a meeting, we had the start of maybe an understanding, and you didn't do anything about the tariffs. So, you have in the BRICS sphere leaders with enough stature and almost a global, in the case of Lula, global appeal, and Anwar, nearly global appeal, who can talk to Trump, face to face. And they're not scared and they're not intimidated.
Yeah. Here's that threat. I want to, let's play it because I think it's really interesting how no matter what BRICS countries do to do exactly what you said, to not confront Donald Trump directly, to appease, to ensure that you don't, and because it's really chaos. So more so than more so than any kind of concerted, if we do this to Trump, we're going to get XYZ attack. It's more so inviting chaos when Donald Trump's temper is triggered. So here's the U.S. ambassador, though, to Malaysia, his threat.
I believe that to the extent that BRICS might, under some circumstances, possibly offer some limited economic benefits for Malaysia, it makes sense that Malaysia would look at it. At the same time, I think that it is very important to recognize where Malaysia's long-term prosperity comes from, which in our view is from its deep integration in Western supply chains.
Oh my God!
With that accent, Pepe, you wouldn't be able to guess that he was trained in the Beltway, right?
No, this imbecile doesn't know anything about intra-Asia supply chains, which are the supply chains that really matter. East Asia, ASEAN, and ASEAN with East Asia, and especially ASEAN-China. Obviously, doesn't know shit about all that. Malaysia is also integrated in the global supply chain. But the global for ASEAN starts with the ASEAN 10, China and their partners. And their partners, apart from China, India, and what they call ASEAN plus 3, China, Japan, South Korea. So these relatively large ASEAN economies like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, they are integrated across East Asia, including South Asia in the case of India, and Northeast Asia, Japan and South Korea. The American market for them is okay, but it's not absolutely essential. Not at all. Not at all. For the smaller countries, it's more complicated because they export, for instance, textiles. They export a lot to Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos, for instance. And it's not by accident that the top Trump tariffs on ASEAN are over these three. They're the smaller ones. They're the weaker ones. Like Trump didn't dare to put 40% tax tariffs over Malaysia or Thailand, but he put it on the three smaller ones: Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia. But the thing that matters in terms of supply chains is all across here, all over here. And this was discussed during there were several summits at the same time in Kuala Lumpur. It was not only the ASEAN summit. There's ASEAN, ASEAN plus 3, ASEAN China, ASEAN with the other members, RCEP, which includes Australia, New Zealand. So we had like probably 5 summits. We had 5 summits in Kuala Lumpur. And they're all discussing the integration of the supply chains now threatened by American tariffs on East Asia, I would say the eastern part of Eurasia, which is already immense, And if the tariffs continue, no problem, because they will continue to do more trade among themselves. All over here, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, even with Central Asia, you name it. And of course with China, which is the number one trade partner of all of them.
Talk about this then, maybe, Pepe, because we haven't gotten a chance to catch up on the Xi-Trump summit. Donald Trump has been, ever since then, touting it as a victory for him, for his administration, the G2, with China, and of course, speaking out of both sides of the mouth. You have Bessent talking about needing to decouple fully from China on the one hand, and then you have Trump saying, "Oh, well, we're going to work together peacefully from now on, from here on out, because of all of what I've been able to do." And you talk about the realities of this. You mentioned ASEAN. Right before that summit, ASEAN and China struck a major deal where they elevated their ties in direct response. They upgraded it directly in response, citing tariffs, citing the economic environment that, while they didn't say the United States, is being supercharged by the U.S. So maybe talk about this in relation to what you've been following with China, as more and more so we see the West, we see especially the U.S. mainstream media noticing the writing on the wall when it comes to the direction China is going in its advances.
Well, okay, let's try two short headlines for Trump-Xi. First one, it was a pause. Not more than that. The pause may last a few months, maybe, but it was a pause. The trade tariff tech war will continue. The tech war continues all the time. The trade tariff war, a pause. And that's more conceptual. Basically, without saying it on both sides, it's there's a sort of managed decoupling already in effect. So the decoupling is going to be more or less a done deal in a manner of could be months or in a manner of 1 to 2 years. The Chinese are focused, and this is something that we saw during the deliberations of the 5-year plan, the 4-day deliberations in Beijing. The next 5-year plan is going to be approved in March, in the 2 sessions in March next year in Beijing. But what they discussed essentially during these 4 days in Beijing, the lineaments of the 5-year plan, once again, their internal domestic markets problems that they need to solve, and most of all, the supply chains and their spectacular trade advances all across Asia. And in the case of Russia, which is a very important partner, Eurasia, and Central Asia as well. Okay, the whole of Eurasia, let's put it this way. So these are the most important things. And not focusing on the threat of perennial, if that's the case, American tariffs. Once again, the American market for China now is relatively small compared to the global South market. The American market for China is 12% and less. What matters for them is the global South, and especially Asia. Asia is over 50%. Europe is still important with them. And that depends on the Europeans. The ball is in the European court. If the Europeans continue to see China as a hostile competitor, or stupid terminology coming from Brussels, they're going to lose. So the Chinese are cool about all that. And once again, that's feeling of self-confidence, right? So you see everything is interlocked in terms of the success of the SCO summit in Tianjin, the success of this ASEAN summit in Kuala Lumpur, and how the Chinese got to the Trump-Xi meeting basically saying, look, we already told you what we expect from this relationship. If you want to have a relationship between adults and with mutual respect, we're all for it. If that's not the case, we'll continue to do what we are doing according to our own national interests. That's it. Perhaps, Danny and all of you, Trump got maybe 4 or 5 words of all that, basically we could boil down in Trump terms, I better not mess with these guys. They are too strong. What did he say a few days later?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
China is too strong. Russia is too strong. Xi and Putin are very smart, blah, 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 blah. So apparently he got the message, which is already enormous in his case. What does that mean? The most plausible consequence of all that is that we could have, from the point of view of Trump, not necessarily the Trump 2.0 circus around him. Maybe I should not try to get a deal or try to press China and Russia because I won't get anything. But I can get something if I unleash my fury over these different nodes in the global south. Comes back to the beginning of our conversation. Yeah. And it's not by accident that immediately after these summits, the Venezuela case now is on top of the list everywhere. And the threat to intervene in Nigeria, or threats against Colombia and Mexico, you name it, And they might sooner or later try something even in Central Asia. Don't forget, we had attempts of color revolutions in Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan.
Right before Ukraine, right? In Kazakhstan. Yep.
And guess who saved Kazakhstan? Was Russia. Russia saved Tokayev in Kazakhstan. So we could see, we can see a rearrangement of the chessboard in these terms. Okay, Russia and China, I can do it. But the other ones, I can do it like this. And that's why it's so much more dangerous for everyone in the global south, because he can unleash his fury and the fury of the American administration anywhere, anytime, bypassing international law. They don't care. They can kill people just like that because they want to.
Yeah.
So now that this the change of paradigm that we saw in the first few months of this, during this year, since he came to power, the end of the rules-based international order, now it is no rules whatsoever, international chaos. Completely. And even worse, with the leader of the empire, completely out of control.
Yeah. Well, Pepe, I wanted to maybe in our last topic here, given what you just said there, that is so critical. We have people like Pete Hegseth literally in spewing the doctrine of the so-called War Department, saying straight up, no legality. Lethality is the mantra now.
Yes.
or tepid legality, he put it. But to be quite honest, we've seen Donald Trump mirror this and say, no, we're just going to kill and blow up. And if we talk to even the U.S., even U.S. law, well, if we talk to Congress, we're only passing them notes like in a classroom. We're not asking for any approval or disapproval or anything like that. But given this, Pepe, given that situation, we are now in a moment where Russia has advanced militarily. China has advanced militarily to a huge degree, but Russia in particular, context of this Ukraine conflict and the expiring New START treaty in February, this mess that the Trump administration on the one hand inherited and then on the other worsened, now how does that factor into affecting any kind of, as you put it, strategy to go after the weaker links? Because that doesn't go away. What's happening in Ukraine, maybe you can talk about what's happening in Ukraine doesn't go away. The fact that there are major forces inside the United States pushing and pushing and pushing more toward Russia, and Europe as well with their new military plan. You probably saw that. They're all pushing toward long-term conflict with Russia. And of course, there hasn't been any let up with China, despite all of the various rhetorics and whatnot that we hear. So that's a lot to handle. I just don't, I wanted to, especially with the expired nuclear treaties and, you know, an out of control and chaotic administration like the Trump administration is, your assessment.
Well, in the next few days, when I go to Moscow next, I can get deeper into your question from the Russian point of view. Looking from the outside for the moment, they seem to be quite relaxed. Once again, their self-confidence in terms of their nuclear, the quality of the nuclear knowledge that they accumulated, and now it's, you know, spread out in so many different projects. What's happening in the battlefield? Everybody knows, including the famous Pokrovsk drama, you know, that's been going on since forever. Soon there will be no more drama. Pokrovsk it's over. And the fact that they continue not to be in a hurry, which is quite extraordinary considering all the pressure and some of the pressure inside Russia, some, let's say, crypto-Atlanticist strands. They are pushing Putin to do something more radical. No, okay. The guidelines of the SMO won't change. And they have not changed in 3.5 years, over 3.5 years, and they won't change. And if the front collapses in the next few weeks, or the front collapses in 2020, late 2026, it doesn't matter. The Alaska thing, the Anchorage thing, it's gone. They went over it. They already did a sort of requiem of Alaska. They understood that this could not lead anywhere, and Trump didn't have one single decent card to play in Alaska, and he didn't play in the end. So the Russians continue to do what they're doing. It's fascinating because in parallel, the Russians and the Chinese continue to do what they're doing in different fields, and including in their strategic relationship, as if the US didn't even exist in many aspects. For instance, early this week, the Mishustin visit to Beijing. This was immense in terms of importance. You know why? The guy who organizes the nuts and bolts of the Russia-China strategic partnership in terms of implementing projects and discussing with leaderships, the guy who does that is Mishustin, the prime minister. It's not Putin. It's not other ministers. It's the Russian prime minister. And that's why he was received personally by Xi Jinping. And Xi Jinping said, Lola, fantastic. You're a great friend of the Chinese people. When the president of China says that to somebody, wow, it's because you're up there, you know. And of course, we trust you. You're one of us. So the level of entente is really at the highest level, and nuts and bolts, and in terms of everything. For instance, I doubt if people in the Beltway know that it was signed by law. The Chinese promised the Russians that they will help financially big Russian companies in case of a possible NATO attack against Russia, and vice versa. It's a mutual investment, economic protection, signed by law at the highest level. So if anything more radical happens with Sberbank, for instance, or Lukoil or Rosneft, apart from sanctions, the Chinese will be there. They have Russia's back. So this is all part of the Russia-China strategic partnership, and it's negotiated up there. And in most cases by Mishustin in person. That's why this visit was so important. They were discussing, among other things, the total supply chain and development project between the Russian Far East and the Chinese sphere, and Central Asia and the Chinese sphere. So this is a geoeconomic integration of the development of the Russian Far East, which is a matter of national security for Russia. The 5 Central Asian states, especially the 4 Central Asian states, Turkmenistan is a very idiosyncratic player. They are a gas republic, isolationist, but they're doing fine by themselves. And they don't get into geopolitics. The 4 Central Asian states and China. So this whole area will be development and as a sort of extra Belt and Road inside the Belt and Road by themselves. So what do we see? We see the expansion of the Belt and Road idea, project, foreign policy, overarching concept, geoeconomic concept, etc. Started 12 years ago. In Central Asia, now it's implemented a little bit everywhere. And now it's getting to the Russian Far East. And then we see the Belt and Road in direct contact and interrelating with everything that they discuss at the Vladivostok Forum every year. Like I was there a little over a month ago, and they were...
Revolutionary salute to our brother Golden Mask for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldiers. Salute.
Round tables discussing exactly that. And they very important, there were South Koreans as well. There were Mongolians. There were a lot of Southeast Asians, Indians, and of course, very, very important, everybody that is everybody in the Russian Far East, talking especially with the Central Asians and the Chinese. Look, we need more integration. So this, the mind-boggling complexity of this integration process, I think it's too much for the Beltway to absorb, Danny. It's too much. It's too remote, too much, and we have this idiot ambassador in Kuala Lumpur talking about supply. Does he know anything?
Does he know what a supply chain is? Yes. No, I don't think he does. I really don't. Well, you can see it in the optics too, Pepe. I mean, even in the meeting, I remember hearing before Xi and Putin met in South Korea, Donald Trump and his administration saying, we're going to go and we are going to talk to China about helping us with Russia. We heard that 1,000 times under the Biden administration. Then Donald Trump goes and meet with Xi Jinping, only gets about 100 minutes. And in those 100 minutes after, none of the readouts talk about Russia at all, because it's almost 100% a guarantee that over the phone and all the planners and everything that goes into these meetings beforehand, I'm sure the China side was like, we don't talk about our relationship with other countries.
Strategic partnership. And there was not even a mention of China stopping or refraining from buying Russian energy.
Yep.
Gosh. Okay, I think this. Well, the only explanation is that this is for a pure U.S. domestic consumption. This blah blah blah. No? We're going to go there and going to teach a lesson to these commies.
Yep.
Well,
and hope that nobody pays attention just 10 minutes later after the meeting is over. That none of that.
The reality doesn't work like that. Exactly.
And then lastly, Pepe, I think part of the difficulty for the United States to understand what's happening with regards to integration is that really the forces in charge in the United States have absolutely no interest in what it takes for China and Russia to integrate with the rest of the world, which is all of this massive investment in infrastructure development and trade networks, developing trade routes, and of course, developing the kind of prosperity you need to do all of this. You've said on other programs that we're kind of going through it for the United States and the Empire of Chaos. almost like a constant repetition of history with regard to regime change, Venezuela, moving across the board, because those who control the levers in the U.S. tend to be the same people. Talk about this as well.
Well, it's one of the things that two of my best sources in Washington, they are now out of Washington. These are OGs. These are the original gangsters. These are the ultra hardcore people in the old school intel community. And it's very interesting because they always commented on my articles on Asia when I was with Asia Times, especially. And a lot of people in the intel community in DC or in the Beltway, they used to read Asia Times. And they were telling me, look, you're being too naive. It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter anything. It's the same old people. They are totally invisible who control and run the show all the time. And these guys had met these people. And they had worked with these people. And of course, and they were always telling me, look, you never see them. The decisions are not made in public. The decisions are made in exclusive meetings, in lavish clubs across the East Coast, or maybe dinners at the Harvard Club in New York. And that's it. It's extremely private. Nobody has access, only them. And they decide what comes next. For instance, these are the people who decide that, yeah, you know, that guy from Arkansas, Bill Clinton, okay, let's test him. If he passes the test, okay. Same with Obama. And Obama, as you know, and all of you, our audience know, he fooled everybody. He was groomed to perfection. But he had to be approved by these guys. And in fact, some of these guys groomed Obama. Of course. And some of their emissaries, like Zbig Brzezinski, personally groomed Obama. So that's how it works. So obviously, Trump was also vetoed, and they said, okay, let's give this guy another chance. That's how it works, you know. So in terms of continuity of government, it's all there. The whole mindset of exceptionalism, manifest destiny, a shiny city over the hill, all that mythology declined in different levels. It's still the same, and it's still the same families and the same people. Which brings me to something very troubling, which is these people probably gave the go-ahead for the new Muslim mayor of New York City. In fact, we can say that they did. Okay, let's see. Let's give this guy a chance. Because they knew that what they had before, it was not working. And New York City is a perfect lab to test something like this, you know. So Mamdani is a very interesting case. I followed his acceptance speech live, and my first reaction is, oh shit, he's talking like Obama.
Well, I believe he has a lot of the same.
Yes.
He got a call from Obama, and I believe he had a lot of the
You
same.
bet. You bet. Oh my God, it's a revamped Obama, and he was very, very clever. You know,
of course,
nurses from Uzbekistan, Senegalese taxi drivers, bodega owners from Yemen, abuelitas from Mexico. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Right. Yeah, it was. Yeah. MAGA was losing their minds, but the problem is that New York City actually is comprised of exactly those. I mean, it's supposed to speak to the people who live in the U.S., live in New York City, and that's a big part of it.
The absolute majority of the people who live in New York City, these are the people. My greatest pleasure when I was in New York City was always to talk to the working classes. Yeah. The coolest people in New York are the working classes. No question about that. But is this guy, will this guy have a chance to implement at least 10% of what he promised? I wonder. Huh?
Well, Wall Street owns New York City, so he'll have to go through Wall Street. Yeah, no, it's a really interesting situation, and I feel like the more, I mean, the reason why somebody like Mamdani wins, the reason why we even have someone like Donald Trump is there's these, I think, misconceptions among different political strands in the United States of how to address the major crisis confronting the empire of chaos, which is its ultimate rot and decline and its downward trajectory. But ultimately, especially when it comes to Donald Trump, it's a fantasy to believe that someone like Donald Trump is, just because the old way isn't working, that somehow Donald Trump was going to come in and say, well, we're going to fix this, and we're going to turn inward. That's just not how. Just like you said with the Malaysia U.S. ambassador not understanding supply chains, it just doesn't that's a misunderstanding of how an empire works. An empire driven by transatlantic capital. I mean, capital does not sit around looking to reinvest in one of the most indebted and most expensive places in the world, which is the United States. That's the facts. But your comments, Pepe.
Well, I'm very curious about what's going to happen in New York City. Makes me want to start coming back to New York, which was one of my bases years ago.
Yeah. Well,
former capital of the 21st century. Now, for the moment, still only capital of the 20th century, and ex-capital of the 21st.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Well, Pepe, do you have any final thoughts before we head out of here? You know, this is a historic time. Next time we talk, you'll probably be in Russia or somewhere else in the world.
Yes. Yeah.
So maybe any final thoughts on what's ahead?
Let me try something auspicious just for a short break. It's related to our conversation. Today, I saw the first rough cut of the documentary that we shot in Xinjiang. And I think we have a winner. A lot of people are going to be extremely pissed by this documentary. I already relish it from the start, because we are showing real life in one of the key hubs of the largest economy in the world. Real life shown by the people who actually live there, and making a connection between the glorious past of the Silk Roads and of course, the Western regions, as the Chinese used to call Xinjiang, and now for the future. So it's one of the things that drive me, because when I am in Asia, when I'm living in Asia, your perspective at least is not as tainted as when you are in NATO-stan, in the collective West, or in the US for that matter. As much as I miss the US a lot. I grew up knowing more about the West than Latin America, for that matter. So, and of course I miss it, but I miss the US of real people. And of course, witnessing a military coup detonated by the US when you are a kid, that stays with you the rest of your life. So, you know, when I have that minister of Venezuela talking about the relationship with Vietnam, people with an iron will, we can teach a few tricks to the empire. We totally understand what he's saying. Because at the time, and coming back to, you made a reference to and we're talking about Bandung in 55. This is very, very strong here in Asia. Here in Thailand, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, obviously, and all that. And in conversations with diplomats and with businessmen, now they're saying the difference is that in 55, after Bandung, and then with a non-aligned movement in the 60s, we were not strong enough. And we didn't have enough power to counteract the empire. Now we do. But comes back to that unanswered question in the beginning of our conversation. Do they have what it takes to stare down an empire totally out of control? In terms of political organization, I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're there yet. And obviously, it would be Putin and Xi together calling a BRICS meeting and said, guys, okay, now everybody sits down here and we need a concerted geopolitical position, considering everything that's going on and disaggregation of the empire. Are we going to have that? Not for the moment, unfortunately. I don't think so.
Yeah. And the, all of these considerations, the contradictions leading into the ultimate desperation. If it doesn't come soon, it will be forced to come. And that will likely be in a very, very, very dangerous confrontation at a level that I know a lot of our friends have been warning about, nuclear catastrophe. Yeah. And one that I always say, like, it's one that we won't have witnessed before, because unlike World War II, when the United States dropped those nuclear bombs as a message to the Soviet Union on Japan, unlike the Cuban Missile Crisis, now it's going to be happening with the U.S. on the back foot, with the U.S. not feeling confident about a situation, which means how it goes about is historically unprecedented, because it's not a kind of Cold War saber rattling or an attempt to establish a dominant position like in World War II. It's the opposite.
Remember that the Cold War was actually very civilized. It was a dialogue of adults most of the time.
There was a lot of communication, even during the Cuban Missile, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis story is they were all on the phone, frantically trying to figure out how to not do it, even though the U.S. was, of course, this close to doing it. But there was communication, and there was it was much different than it is today. That's for sure.
More civilized, certainly, and there were limits, and now there are no more limits.
Right. Well, Pepe, it was great. This show was great. Everybody.
We better buckle up, because alarm bells are going off all over the place right now, and things are about to go from troubling to catastrophic in the U.S. economy. And Putin and China, they smell blood in the water. They already know what's coming. We've got a lot of really important news items to talk about today that we need to pay attention to, because right now there are a lot of like MAGA influencers out there trying to gaslight you. Everything's fine. This is America's golden era. Okay. They're lying about what's happening right now, because we have the numbers. We've got collapsing consumer confidence numbers right now, the lowest approval ratings of Trump's second term right now, and a world that's watching America stumbling on its face, $38 trillion in debt. And it's all happening at the same time. This is like a perfect storm. So today we're going to unpack exactly what's happening, the latest numbers that just came out, what it means for your wallet, why Russia just made a major military move overnight while Washington is still pretending that everything's fine. But I'm also a big believer in the Warren Buffett idea of investing, which is when, stuff is hitting the fan, we always have some silver linings and opportunities to talk about. So I'll talk about that a little bit later. But first, let's start with this new University of Michigan survey. And just so you understand, this university study is the oldest and most respected consumer study in America. And it's the same one that Zero Hedge today is calling the loudest alarm bell yet. Take a look at this. It shows that U.S. consumer sentiment just hit a record low. Think about that. It's not just bad. That's a record low, lower than during the fake pandemic, lower than during the 2008 housing collapse. Now, if you're not familiar with what the consumer sentiment actually measures, it's one of the most important gauges of the U.S. economy. It's basically how confident or fearful Americans feel about their own financial situation and the economy as a whole. When that number drops, it means people are scared. They're pulling back on spending, putting off big purchases, saving whatever they can right now. And new data just came out last week showing Americans right now at the highest level ever are living paycheck to paycheck. More Americans than ever before are living paycheck to paycheck. And since consumer spending makes up about 2/3 of the entire U.S. economy, when that sentiment collapses and people don't want to go out to dinner, can't afford to buy presents for Christmas, then the whole system starts to seize up and collapse just like 2008. By the way, I know Trump was praising the stock market is up. Yeah, because when the stock market goes up, when companies lay off tens of thousands of employees like Microsoft just did or Chipotle is planning to do, all of these companies laying off workers, that buoys their stock. So when you have this consumer sentiment number right now, it's like watching the heartbeat of the economy slow down in real time. Until what? It flatlines? But President Trump spent last week gaslighting the American people on this. Says Americans feel much better about the economy.
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously, which is caused by the Democrats, could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that?
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. Other than that, that's pure gaslighting. I mean, I know he's trying to be a cheerleader, but the numbers don't lie. And that's just simply not true. And here's the bottom line from that consumer report. The U.S. consumer economy is about to get totally wrecked. You don't need a PhD in economics to see it. People are losing their jobs in numbers that we haven't seen since 2003. Evictions are also ticking up. Auto repossessions are skyrocketing. Yeah, they're just showing up to people's homes, taking their cars back because they can't afford to pay their auto loan anymore. Then there's the student loan defaults, already breaking records. And yet we're told that we are living in a golden era. I want to believe that, right? I mean, you're playing on my hopes and dreams that we are in a golden era.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
But right now, that's not true. I mean, President Trump literally last week gave a speech where he sounded like Kamala Harris. Everything's fine in this economy.
It's frankly a very different world. America is back and America is respected perhaps like never before. Our economy is roaring.
I keep saying this, that America is roaring back, that this is the start of a new boom. Maybe. But when you're standing in line at a food bank and when your rent just went up $400 a month, when you're maxing out your credit cards to pay for groceries, that doesn't feel like a boom. This is gaslighting on a national scale right now. The political class can put whatever numbers they want on a chart, but the real America is bleeding out right now. One of my heroes, Dr. Ron Paul, says that there is a huge disconnect between the Trump administration's description of the economy and the economy that we all live in.
The news is coming out. There's some in the leadership of this country are saying this is the golden age of economics. It's just wonderful. But the subject we're going to start with doesn't show that it's so golden.
And that pain is now showing up in the polls. According to new numbers out this week, Trump's approval rating just hit a new low for his second term, lower than Biden's at this point during his presidency, lower than Obama. Working class Americans who voted for Trump, they're fed up. Independents who voted for Trump, young people, particularly who voted for Trump, and middle-aged voters are starting to lose patience with this Trump agenda. They're not buying the everything's fine narrative. I mean, again, it's in the numbers. I'm not making this up. That collapse in approval is exactly why Russia and China are moving right now, because when a president's approval tanks, so does his leverage on the world stage. Putin and Xi can see this clear as day. They know Trump can't afford another foreign crisis. He can't afford to look outward when he's fighting to hold on right now at home. So they're pressing their advantage. I mean, just look what happened this weekend as Russia's army successfully encircled the Kupiansk region, a key Ukrainian stronghold. And the U.S. can't do anything about it. Europe is a disaster, so they're not doing anything either. That's not just a tactical victory. That's a signal from Putin that we've got a mission to compete while the U.S. government is shutting down. America is collapsing. It tells the world that Russia believes the US and Europe are too distracted, too broke, too politically divided to do anything about it. Europe's totally tapped out. I don't know if you see the new numbers out of Germany. Their economy is on the precipice of a total disaster. America is preoccupied. And for the first time since the Cold War, the balance of global power is shifting right in front of us, not because of bombs, but because of debt, denial, and total distraction. Putin knows Trump is cornered politically right now. He knows this administration can't focus on Ukraine while Americans are drowning economically. They'll be crushed in the midterms. Like, if that's the strategy Republicans want to go with, like focusing on Israel, focusing on Ukraine, and America is being crushed, they're going to be destroyed during the midterm elections. Our enemies don't need to defeat us militarily. They just need to wait for us to implode financially. And that's exactly what's happening right now. We're seeing the housing market freeze right now. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, last week talked about we are already likely in a housing recession. And young people are being particularly crushed. I mean, look at those new unemployment numbers among young people. These numbers are like jaw-dropping when I saw them yesterday. 9.2% for 20 to 24-year-olds. This is double the national average. They're getting out of college with enormous debt. They can't find a job in their field. They can't pay back their student loans. And on top of that, they're growing in this massive amount of credit card debt. Charlie Kirk told Tucker Carlson shortly before he was assassinated that young people are getting desperate.
But almost all of them are like, Charlie, I don't know what to do. Like trading crypto till 2 a.m. and kind of, betting that the Green Bay Packers are going to win the Super Bowl. That's not enough for me. Charlie, what can we do? And one of the reasons they voted for Trump is they said, President Trump, please reorder this economy for us because it's severely disordered.
This is a national disaster right now. Denial is not a solution. But that's what these politicians are selling, gaslighting all of us. And that seems to be the GOP strategy heading into 2026 and 2028. Become George Washington. Focus here. No one voted for any of that stuff. No one. No young person voted for Trump to be up Benjamin Netanyahu's ass. No young person voted for us to be involved in Ukraine. He said he would end that war on day one. No one in America besides Mark Levin, Ted Cruz, and Randy Fine want us to put Israel before America's interests. Not me. No American that I know. I have not met one American that wants us to put another country before us. So stop it right now. He has to triple down on America, jobs, manufacturing, energy independence, or his presidency is finished. And J.D. Vance, good luck. I mean, good luck. What kind of a shit show of a record is he going to be able to run on in 2028? There's no sugarcoating it. I'm not sugarcoating this at all. I'm finished with this kind of behavior. Putin and Xi are betting that Trump can't fix it. They're betting that America's decline is irreversible. And honestly, if you look at the data, it's hard to argue with them. $38 trillion in debt. Countries all over the world ditching the US dollar. They're buying gold like crazy, settling transactions in their own currencies instead of the United States dollar. That's why I've been saying this for months. Don't wait for Washington to save you. We need to be protecting our families. No one in DC is going to save us. So that's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to talk about at least a bright spot in this economy, and that's today's sponsor, which is at the very innermost core of the rearrangement of the economic and political world order that we're just talking about. One billionaire just said this, and I thought it was funny. He said, if someone's pointing a gun at you, you need that copper to shoot him back. We just don't have enough of it. You just saw Trump on live television counting how many nuclear weapons the U.S. owns, compared with Russia and China, a topic that has not been raised in 40 years. Why are we talking about nuclear weapons right now? Didn't we pass that? The United States of America and China are battling over mineral supply chains, technological supremacy, because globalization stepped out of equilibrium. And now you can see just how, when looking at the strategy both superpowers are taking. I mean, Trump is using tariffs and deregulation to begin the process of realigning mining and securing resources on U.S. soil.
President Trump not just looking to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., he's also hoping to shift mining for critical minerals stateside. But with limited infrastructure and capacity, can U.S. companies keep up with surging demand in the electrification era? Got to bring it back home. While the Chinese Communist Party is using their near monopoly status, their scale, and their reserves to their massive advantage. So today I want to showcase a company that is actually trading at its 2025 lows right now, down nearly 70% from its Q1 highs. And that's the sponsor of today's video and the owner of the Mujaba Hill Copper Project
and past-producing mine in the state of Nevada. That company is called Giant Mining Corporation. Here is their ticker symbol on your screen, right here. Now, Giant Mining is available on all of the big brokers like Interactive Brokers, Charles Schwab, all of those. This company is the only copper company that I'm bullish on right now. I say it again, Giant Mining has rarely, if ever, traded this cheaply. I'm showcasing it to you at one of its lowest market caps in its history. And the company just raised 5 million Canadian dollars, so it's cashed up right now, and phase 2 drilling is in sight. So since President Trump's inauguration, his administration has aggressively pursued policies to secure U.S. mineral independence, with copper emerging as a flashpoint. Copper is a vital mineral for defense and AI infrastructure in this nation. And it underscores America's vulnerability to foreign dominance right now. So in February of 2025, Donald Trump signed Executive Order 14220, initiating a Section 232 investigation into U.S. copper imports. The investigation was completed in June, and it identified a significant U.S. trade deficit and overcapacity from state-subsidized Chinese copper production, leading to then what Trump did in July, which is a presidential proclamation that imposed 50% tariffs on semi-finished copper products, including wires and cables, effectively August 1st, 2025. This was a major reset for the copper industry. One of the world's most famous mining billionaires said about copper that, quote, the world needs astronomical amounts of copper over the next 20 years, end quote. He's repeatedly said that there's no rational price for copper when the metal is this essential. So effective August 1st, the copper sector, in my view, entered a ground floor sort of seismic level opportunity, marking the beginning of a transformative new phase for the entire industry. Now, what we've been seeing is the very first chance, in my view, to be a part of a rebirth of the American copper mining business. Now, we can access it at its founding moment, as far as I can tell. So Giant Mining owns a past-producing copper mine in Nevada, one of America's best and most cherished mining jurisdictions. The most critical part of all of this is that Giant Mining's share price has still not recovered from that April market shock that happened.
Well, the leaders of the two most important countries on earth met this past week in Korea, and everyone's asking the same question: which side walked away stronger? Donald Trump has been quick to call the talks a win for the United States, claiming victory because China will now resume buying soybeans once again, and they're going to remove certain trade restrictions. But under even the simplest investigation, the deal struck in Korea can hardly be seen as any sort of American win. As numerous Western outlets have correctly pointed out, Trump is merely undoing the damage caused by his own self-inflicted trade war. He's playing both the arsonist and the firefighter, and expecting applause for ending what he started several months ago. And as we'll see in today's video, it's clear the United States made more concessions to China, while the Beijing government came out firmly on top. But this story goes far deeper than a single trade deal. What really happened in Korea is that for the first time, the United States came face to face with the reality that China is an economic superpower, one that is on the same level of the United States, and a country that simply cannot be bullied. The ripple effects from this moment are massive. The policy and narrative consequences are being felt across every corner of Washington and the mainstream media. This trade outcome has changed the rules of the game entirely. Everything is now on the table in US-China relations. Recognition of Beijing's position on Taiwan, a potential pullback of U.S. military commitments in the Indo-Pacific, and even the normalization of trade. All of it is now within the realm of possibility, as the U.S. is forced to accept China as an equal power. That's why you need to watch today's video, because this meeting is going to literally change everything we know about the future of our world. But let's first cut through all the spin and rhetoric surrounding the meeting and focus on what actually came out of it. Bloomberg has laid out the winners and losers of the Trump-Xi tariff truce, with economists offering a scorecard of concessions made on both sides. On the U.S. side, several clear moves stand out. Washington agreed to lower tariffs on fentanyl-related goods from 20% to 10%. The US also suspended the 50% expansion of the Entity List, which has recently seen a sharp rise in the number of Chinese firms targeted for trade sanctions. But here is the major concession that honestly was completely shocking. Trump has agreed to back off its threat of imposing 100% tariffs and will now tariff China only 10% for the next 12 months. Honestly, I couldn't believe my ears when I heard this, as it really just exposes what little strategy the US government has with this tariff war against the world. We've wasted 6 months of global trade only to go full circle and arrive back at the same tariff rate we've always charged China, a simple 10%, which, by the way, is the baseline tariff rate with every other country in the world, including the United States' closest allies. It really makes you ask the question, what was the entire point of this tariff war? But now let's look at the Chinese side and see what Beijing is agreeing to. China will lift its recently tightened controls on rare earth exports for the next 12 months, and China will resume buying American soybeans, which it was already doing before the trade war began. China also pledged to crack down on the export of chemicals used in the production of fentanyl. But beyond that, the remaining Chinese concessions were largely vague, with broad statements about energy cooperation and a general commitment to work on a solution for TikTok. In the end, Bloomberg economists concluded, I think any way you add those up, China comes up a little bit, giving up less than what the US gave up. And I believe the hawks in Washington would support that view. But something remarkable has happened after the trade agreement in Korea. Rather than framing this as yet another battle in a larger war with China as an eternal adversary, Trump presented the meeting as an acceptance of China as a peer and gave the country a level of respect it has never been given before. This was solidified in Trump's Truth Social post after the meeting, when he stated, "My G2 meeting with President Xi of China was a great one for both of our countries. This meeting will lead to everlasting peace and success. God bless both China and the USA." Everyone, this is a monumental statement, and I'm going to break down exactly what this means for the future of our world, because even Donald Trump, the most powerful man in the world, now realizes working with China is the only path forward. But first, I want to introduce you to today's amazing video sponsor, Outskill, who actually plays right into this US-China rivalry, because the one industry that will define the future of both the US and China is AI. And let me tell you, this is something you need to learn. Did you know that nearly half of workers worldwide fear unemployment due to AI and technology? And if you're worried about AI and how it's going to affect your life, I want you to listen up, as I've teamed up with Outskill to bring you a 2-day live AI mastermind training, which has so far been attended by over 10 million people globally. They are hosting a 2-day live AI mastermind workshop this Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, usually this is a paid training worth $395, but Outskill is offering all of my viewers a free seating in the training. I highly recommend you attend this workshop, because not only do you get AI certified, but we'll also learn how to build AI-powered workflows, use AI tools, and eventually launch a business that could generate up to $5,000 a week. It is rated 4.9 out of 5 on Trustpilot, and you get trained by expert mentors from companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA, Google, and more. In just 16 hours, you will learn over 10 AI-powered tools, master AI in Excel, Sheets, and presentations, and learn how to start building your own AI agents and workflows. And you can join a community of AI builders inside their seamless learning dashboard to meet like-minded people and collaborate. And if you attend both days, you'll unlock bonuses worth over $5,000, including a prompt Bible, a roadmap to monetize AI, and your own personalized AI toolkit. Save your free spot now via the link in the description and join their WhatsApp community so that you never miss a beat. But now let's get back to our story and explain why Trump's declaration of the US and China as the G2 has massive implications. With this tweet, Trump has officially admitted the unipolar moment of the United States being the only superpower has ended, and that moving forward, we now live in a multipolar world with the two superpowers of the United States and China. But this statement also sends a subtle but major second message. Think about who is left out from this statement of Trump referring to China and the US as the G2. This is essentially a slap in the face to the other Western powers of the G7, who Trump is literally saying here that he perceives them to be less powerful and important than his new peer in China. For all of his erratic policies, Trump has been incredibly consistent in his disrespect and disdain for his European allies. This is despite the fact that almost all of them have bent over backwards trying to please Trump, highlighting the need and desperation for an independent European foreign policy. The only Asian country in the G7 is Japan, and the Japanese government has already fallen in line with the United States. But even newly elected Japanese Prime Minister Takashi Sane met with Xi and agreed to pursue stable ties with Beijing. This came as a surprise to many, as the Prime Minister was formerly known as being hawkish in China. Her sudden turn would undoubtedly be done with Washington's blessing, as Japanese politics are largely captured by the US. In another shocking turn of events, this entire narrative of new acceptance of China as a peer has been completely embraced by mainstream Western media. Just take a look at the headlines covering the trade talks. CNN stated that whatever the outcome, the Xi-Trump meeting is a win for China. The Financial Times admitted that China has emerged as a peer rival at the summit, and The Guardian stated that America has discovered that bullies can be bullied back. As someone who has followed US-China relations for nearly 2 decades, I have never seen China receive such positive coverage as I have seen now. And this isn't my own personal hunch about it too. The South China Morning Post recently conducted a study showing how China's rise has fundamentally reshaped the Western narrative in the past few years. They analyzed 10 major British and American news outlets, including CNN, BBC, and the New York Times. Among those outlets, nearly 70% of stories covering China's economy, technology, or environment in 2019 had a negative spin. But just 6 years later, in 2025, the share of negative stories dropped to around 40%, along with an increase in neutral coverage across all categories and positive coverage of the economy. As a result of the study, there has been a confirmed statistical shift in Western media, away from the constant negative framing towards a more realistic and nuanced representation, with the economic achievements, in particular, universally recognized. The importance of the media narrative shift to accept China's status cannot be understated. If you have been following truly independent YouTube channels like this one, you may have seen stories about the true state of China for many years. But now that mainstream media outlets like the New York Times, BBC, and CNN have finally caught up to reality, this will undoubtedly have downstream effects on US policy decisions. The main reason why this entire trade war started in the first place was the direct result of the misunderstanding of the Trump administration. Politicians like Marco Rubio, Tom Cotton, and Rick Scott have been some of the most aggressive China hawks, desperately trying to convince their MAGA base that China, not the chaos and instability of US democracy, is the biggest threat to the future of the United States. This false belief of China poured over into the Trump administration, with US Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick fundamentally misunderstanding the true power of China's leverage. The US government had a blind belief in their own propaganda that China needed the United States and not vice versa. Now that the illusion is gone, we are seeing new possibilities in foreign policy between the two countries that would be unthinkable just a few years ago. Even the most hawkish foreign policy think tanks have begrudgingly accepted the need for some sort of peaceful coexistence with these two superpowers. A recent piece in Foreign Affairs lays out the new vision forming in Washington that America and China can have a normal relationship and how to move past strategic competition. With the United States giving up the idea of being the sole global superpower, both countries are now led by two nationalist ideologies: Trump's Make America Great Again and Xi's Great Rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. But these nationalistic agendas do not need to be at odds. In fact, both nations could support each other's rise, or in the very least, not stand in each other's way. Economically, both nations could establish well-defined areas of cooperation, while still preserving clear boundaries of independence. Investment would be focused on sectors that both countries agree would yield mutual benefits. This approach would allow both sides to feel that they are gaining from the economic relationship and not feel like one side is winning over the other. In regards to Taiwan, this vision advocates for a strategy of de-escalation through diplomatic means. The US could formally reconsider its stance on Taiwanese independence, while Beijing could scale back its military posturing. This would create an opportunity for peaceful reunification, aligning with Trump's broader vision of deal-making and his aspiration to be seen as the peace president. This revolutionary new vision for the relationship very well may be the most realistic future between the two countries. Only time will tell if this newfound respect will last, but if anything, this Trump administration has shown us to take nothing for granted. But make no mistake, this relationship has fundamentally changed after the talks this week in Korea, because there's two facts that can't be ignored. The first is the US was bested in this trade war. While Trump famously stated he holds all the cards, China has shown that the cards Trump holds are in fact made in China. Secondly, the media narrative has officially changed, and that genie is not going back in the bottle. A mainstream media that rationally or even positively views China makes the trend towards a normal relationship with China all the more likely. But no matter what happens in the future, make sure to subscribe to the channel to follow the latest geopolitical news and trends, because as 2025 is showing,
be smart and look through all the headlines beyond the trade truths. Now, beneath the surface, Beijing is done with the US and vice versa. The biggest battlefield is in semiconductors, and this is a vital piece of the AI race, and whoever wins this one will win the next 50 years or more. Now, the US is fueling their gamble with a huge amount of debt. Over $25 billion of debt are tied directly to data centers. Wall Street is now part of this massive gamble. Nearly $50 billion in data center MBS. This is simply insane. We have a new asset class based on buildings filled with servers and AI chips, and Trump can't afford to lose this one. Now, if the bubble pops, it won't just be the stock prices of Nvidia collapsing. It'll be an army of investors losing tens of billions from these data center bonds. It's so mind-boggling. We could end up in a big liquidity crunch where money and credit simply freezes because of the collapse. It will be '08 all over again. Now, China clearly understands this, and they actually have a chance to pop the US AI bubble. Trump himself has started the ball rolling by banning both Nvidia's high-tech and watered-down chips to China. Jensen Huang is getting terrified, and he tried walking back his statements that China won the AI race, but even he can't deny the facts. Beijing can play the long game here.
That China has very good AI technology. They have many AI researchers. In fact, 50% of the world's AI researchers are in China, and they develop very good AI technology. In fact, the most popular AI models in the world today are open source models are from China. And so they're moving very, very fast. The United States has to continue to move incredibly fast. And otherwise, the world is very competitive.
Now let's recall the facts. Nvidia went from 95% market share in China to 0%. Now that's not a hiccup. It's a total wipeout of revenue. The world's biggest semiconductor market has been closed off to Jensen. But there's still other chips coming into the Chinese market. Other chips from companies like Intel and AMD are still making their way to China. Chinese revenue is still leaking out. Well, Beijing has decided to shut this down. Regulators have issued new guidelines that simply flip everything. New state-funded data centers will have to swap foreign AI chips with domestic alternatives. Clearly, that refers to American AI chips. Do not use any Nvidia or AMD chips, but use chips from Huawei and Capricorn instead. And we know in China, a ton of data centers, they are backed by the government. So there will be a big swap out coming. And this is going to shut the door on Chinese money flowing to US chip makers. And why is China so confident to cut away US chips? Because they have figured out a time-tested solution to bypass getting all the fancy gear from Nvidia while still saving money. Now, I'll make it simple to understand. Yes, Chinese chips are a generation behind the latest offerings from AMD and Nvidia. The Blackwell B200 series are clearly ahead. But China data centers can achieve the same compute power with lower cost cards. They simply string a bunch of them together using chip clusters. And this allows them to achieve the same performance without American tech. It's not really the most elegant solution, but who really cares? We are in a semiconductor war. And this move allows China to accomplish two parallel objectives. Now, they can channel domestic revenue to local Chinese chip companies to boost R&D. Every dollar denied to US chip makers is money used for innovation in Huawei and Capricorn. Secondly, allows for Chinese AI solutions to advance ahead. We will continue to have multiple DeepSeek moments going forward. Chinese AI developers understand it is critical to maintain market share despite the chip constraints. In October, the top 3 AI models in the world are all Chinese. In other words, Chinese tech has completely taken over open source models. They are also more powerful than US models versus those from Google and even Meta. It's weird because the US economy is supposed to be more free market than China, right? Now, free AI models are important. It gets the world used to the Chinese solutions, and then companies and countries, they start building products on top of it. Developers will be happy to pay money to DeepSeek and other Chinese models to fully adapt it to their companies and their specifications. And this helps bring more revenue to China's tech ecosystem. Beijing is firing on both fronts simultaneously. And why can they do this? Because the chip war is now evolving to an energy war. China has a far bigger energy grid with cheaper power than the US. Now, energy costs in the US are 30 to 40% higher than Chinese power. The central government is subsidizing their tech giants, so the disparity is only going to grow bigger over time. And this is becoming a battle of energy attrition. Now, just take clean energy alone. They have nearly 340 gigawatts of wind and solar capacity built out. That's over 66% of the world's total. And it gets crazier. According to the IEA, by the 2030s, China's solar power generation alone will exceed the total electricity demand of the US economy. In other words, if nothing changes, it's a wrap for the chip and AI war. Unless the US suddenly achieves AGI or artificial general intelligence and they develop Skynet, it's game over at this point. They simply cannot win the game of energy attrition. Either the US AI bubble will pop by itself, or China cutting off revenue will make it more likely to burst. And that's why we are seeing the Trump administration rushing like there's no tomorrow. And that's why we have this global shakedown for investment money. Why Besson is afraid of the Supreme Court striking down the tariff regime. It's all interconnected. And a big shout out to our sponsor today, Indigo Precious Metals. When it comes to buying gold and silver, I trust Indigo Precious Metals in Singapore. They have made investing in precious metals safe, fast, easy, and simple for both small and large scale buying. I've been stacking gold for over a decade now, and I've learned 2 things when buying. You want to buy authentic gold bullion, and you want to buy it at the lowest premium possible to stretch your dollars even further. And I'm glad to say I found both of this at Indigo Precious Metals. Indigo Precious Metals is a leading retailer in Singapore. They specialize in physical gold, silver, and platinum. They are my one-stop shop when it comes to buying bullion. Their prices are sharp, and they have the best brands on sale, and I can test the gold on the spot. So if you're looking to make your first gold purchase, Indigo Precious Metals is the best place to start. Whether it's 1 ounce or 1 kilo, this is the reputable dealer you are looking for. So take action today. Click on the link below and enjoy a discount on your first purchase with the code SeanFu. Start your gold stacking journey today. This is the danger of debt and deficits to speed run the AI race. US sanctions are also less and less effective, especially in energy. In 2000, China was heavily dependent on power generation using fossil fuels. Over 80% was dominated by oil, gas, and coal, but the picture is very different today. Only 65% of their energy mix is from fossil fuels. Their solar, wind, and renewable build-out is growing faster on both an absolute and percentage basis. And by 2030, it'll probably be 50-50 or even better. So the AI war between the US and China is quite straightforward. The US is gambling and putting all their chips on black. They are betting for some tech breakthrough that will reset the board. China is playing the long game and allowing the US to corner themselves. Now it's fascinating and terrifying to watch all at once, because if the AI bubble implodes, it could literally take down US markets and the economy with it. And speaking of decoupling, the dollar is also facing a crisis. Yes, it's from Russia and China working together. The dollarization is accelerating, and as we said, There's simply no going back now. Russia-China trade is nearly 100% de-dollarized, and not just the dollar but outside of the euro as well, outside of Western currencies. According to Selenov, the Russian finance minister, 99.1% of settlements between China and Russia are done in bilateral currencies. And that means payments are done in either the Chinese RMB or the Russian ruble. And the justification is simple: to avoid unfriendly foreign infrastructure linked to the dollar and euro-based banking systems, basically to avoid the entire SWIFT system. Now, does this affect the Western financial system? Of course it does. Trade between the two countries is beginning to grow, and if Western currencies are needed, there goes the bid for dollars and euros. The Chinese economy will continue to grow at over 4% in 2026. Now, despite the war, the Russian economy will also continue to grow as well. Now, the Bank of Russia survey results are out. Over the next 3 years, Russia's GDP should grow by 1.5% on average. So expansion will still happen even under heavy Western sanctions. Meanwhile, Russian exports will hit $485 billion by 2028. Imports will also hit $416 billion as well. And who do you think Russia's trading partner is? Who do you think they trade the most with? It's China. So over $900 billion of trade, majority of it is being de-dollarized with China. Whether it's the RMB or ruble, it doesn't matter, it's still de-dollarization. And this is the issue with US threats and sanctions. They always backfire. Now Biden opened Pandora's box and Trump keeps opening new boxes. It's like he can't help himself. Confiscating assets is one thing, but weaponizing the US consumer market also makes de-dollarization worse. Russia and China won't break away from each other because the specter of US tariffs is always looming.
I told anybody wants to be in BRICS, that's fine, but we're going to put tariffs on your nation. Everybody dropped out. They're all dropping out of BRICS. BRICS was an attack on the dollar. And I said, you want to play that game, I'm going to put tariffs on your all of your product coming into the US. They said, like I said, we're dropping out of BRICS. And BRICS is like, they don't even talk about it anymore. Scott, you want to add to that?
Now, it's just so bizarre. Trump keeps reminding the world to de-dollarize and avoid US markets just in case. And here's the problem. It doesn't just stop at trade. China, Russia, and BRICS now have even less incentive to hold US bonds, especially when the dollar keeps losing value and massive deficits are on the horizon. The debasement trade is meeting counterparty risks. Now, we have officially reached the tipping point. In fact, we have gone past it. Central banks globally have spoken. Gold has overtaken US treasuries as the top reserve asset in central banks. 4.7 trillion in gold versus 3.9 trillion in treasuries. Now, sure, a big part of it is because of the gold price rising. But then again, why are gold prices soaring? Because there are more buyers than sellers. Supply and demand. It's nothing complex at all. Which brings us back to the de-dollarization argument. China's trade is going to grow, and if they start trading more at the RMB, what is the point of holding US bonds? That's just from a practical point of view. I'm not even talking about all the sanctions yet. The whole country is aggressively buying gold, especially after Trump began his tariff war. If importers and exporters require fewer dollars to operate, then they will earn more in the RMB. And the avenues to store wealth are limited in China. Real estate is still a no-go, while bank deposits or Chinese bond yields, they are way below 2%. So the only credible avenues left are Chinese stocks or gold. Inflows into Chinese gold ETFs are still going strong. Investors can see the debasement trade and they can sense a change in the air. Now, trade with the US will continue to decouple, and Beijing is going to force more non-dollar trade. It's written in the stars. There's no choice. It's to sanction-proof themselves and to put more pressure on Washington. The tariff war is making things worse for the future of US-China relations. Now, in October, Chinese exports to the US crashed by an incredible 25%. It is such a big drop that overall shipments fell by over 1%. The decoupling in trade is getting worse, and worse. Naturally, this means dollar trade between China and the US has dropped. Chinese exporters will shift more towards other countries like Asia, the Middle East, and even Europe. And all of these places prefer bilateral trade rather than only settling in dollars. So the crisis gets compounded even further. Now, yes, China and Russia have been moving away from dollars for a long time, but Trump's tariff war is pouring fuel on the fire. Not good for the reserve currency and not good for dollar assets. But let me know what you think. Can China outlast the US in this chip war? And can the US actually reverse de-dollarization?
Have to wear the shirt that Larry gave me in Moscow. So,
well, Larry Johnson's shirts are a cause of much amusement here at Judging Freedom, and I'm happy you still have it, and we'll be happy to tell Larry about it. Does the Iranian government understand the Zionist mentality in Tel Aviv that wishes to drive it from office?
Yes, I think that is the issue that the Iranians have been dealing with for many decades. In fact, before the revolution, one of the key foreign policy issues that the revolutionaries had against the Shah was Palestine. The Shah was sending oil to the Israeli regime. The Shah was also selling most of apartheid South Africa's oil. And the revolutionaries were very opposed to both. So the issue of the Israeli regime existed among the revolutionary movement for well before the revolution. And over the past few decades, the Iranians have been supporting the Palestinian cause. They support the right of return. They support the Iranians have always supported a one-state solution where all people in Palestine are equal. And obviously, that is going to create great hostility. And over the past 40-some years, Iran has been deeply antagonized simply for pursuing this policy. But now, over the past 2 years, and this is, I think, the greatest mistake that the Israeli regime has made, is that this is becoming something that across the world people are now recognizing and accepting and believing to be the solution, where all human beings across the land of Palestine have to have equal rights, and they have to be able to live side by side.
You know, the support for the president's policy, this zealous Zionism that Donald Trump seems to manifest, which regrettably he appears to have reinforced when he addressed the Israeli Knesset last month. The support for it in the United States is hemorrhaging, particularly among young people. And it appears further that the efforts by the Israeli government to engage American public figures, and particularly media types, to stop that hemorrhaging is having the opposite effect of what they have engaged their American friends and colleagues to doing. Are the Israelis trying to influence Iranian public opinion? From time to time, I see a talk by Prime Minister Netanyahu, which appears to be directed directly at the Iranian people.
Yes, but they're not very smart. While it's like the United States government, while they're imposing maximum pressure sanctions against the Iranian people, they speak about their love for the people of Iran. And Netanyahu, as he's carrying out genocide, he's speaking about friendship with the Iranian people. The Iranians see that every day they're murdering people in Gaza, even during the so-called ceasefire, and they're murdering people in Lebanon every day amidst Western media silence. And in the West Bank, they're carrying out ethnic cleansing. And people in the region, in Iran, they see this. And this is not, of course, just Trump. Trump is, I think, more crude about it, or he is pursuing this policy at a time when the Israeli regime is looking in the eyes of the public as a horrible entity, which it is. But this has been U.S. policy for decades. And a lot of the antagonism, Judge, most of the antagonism towards Iran over the past few decades is about the Israeli regime, then the hostility towards Iran, even though, and towards Muslims in general. I mean, for example, for Muslims, Christ is king. Why wouldn't he be king? He is infallible. He is in the Quran. His mother is, his mother is, her name is on one of the chapters of the Quran. The values, I mean, just recently, someone who I respect, Tucker Carlson, although I disagree with him on many issues, he said that, you know, what the Israeli regime is doing to the Palestinians is not Western, it's Eastern. Blood guilt and collective punishment and being born guilty. No, these are, these are not Eastern values. These are not Jewish values. These are not Christian values. These are not Muslim values. These are the values of Zionists. These are the values of neo-Nazis. These are the values of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. But these are not the values of people in the East or West. But there's, I think, a powerful force in the United States that wishes to create hatred and hostility between people to the benefit of entities such as the Israeli regime, first and foremost.
Why doesn't the government of Iran openly and notoriously develop a nuclear weapon? This would be the greatest defense against Israel. It would be legally developed. They would sign the pact with the United Nations. The Israeli nuclear weapon is totally illegal, but they'd be terrified of attacking you because you'd have that potential nuclear response.
Judge, I know many people in the United States wouldn't believe this because they've been taught to hate Iran and to see Iran as evil. When Saddam Hussein invaded Iran, he would hammer Iranian cities with missiles. And for 2 years, the Iranians did not retaliate. And then the Iranians, they began to retaliate by firing flares over Iraqi cities so that Iraqis would know that Iran could hit back. But the Saddam kept kidding Iran, and he wouldn't stop. And Western governments and the Soviet Union, they would continue to support him. Then, in order to prevent him from continuing the slaughter, they said that every time he strikes Iran, they will strike back, but they will announce 24 hours beforehand that the Iraqis have to evacuate certain cities. And as soon as Saddam would stop hitting Iran, the Iranians would stop. The Iranians then you have another issue. During the war, Saddam was giving chemical weapons, mostly from Germany, the technology, but the United States gave the military and technology to use it and the political cover to get away with it. The same chemical weapons that provided an excuse to invade Iraq.
Right.
The chemical weapons they gave to him.
Right.
During the war, I suffered from 2 chemical attacks. I survived 2 chemical attacks. One was a nerve agent, and the other was mustard gas. It's a horrible weapon. But in any case, during the war, Ayatollah Khomeini, the leader back then, Imam Khomeini back then, commanders and politicians went to him and said, look, we have to make chemical weapons. And he said, no. He said, we will not use chemical weapons because it is against our values. And we didn't. Ayatollah Khamenei, the current leader, he said clearly that this is a weapon that I do not want. Iran has never pursued, even the United States admits Iran since 2003 has not been pursuing nuclear weapons, even though before 2003, Iran was not pursuing nuclear weapons. If Iran wanted nuclear weapons, it would have had it a long time ago. As we speak, after the US attack, the majority of Iranians want nuclear weapons, but still Ayatollah Khamenei says no, because A, it is an immoral weapon, and B, if you start producing nuclear weapons, your neighbors will also want nuclear weapons. And many of them are despots, the family dictatorships. They're inherently unstable. Look at the Persian Gulf region, they're family dictatorships. So it's unless the state, the country's existence is at threat, then the state doesn't want it. But this shows how sinister the Israeli regime is, that people actually contemplate this regime using nuclear weapons. That's how evil and sinister it is. And yet the United States fully supports it, this ethno-supremacist regime, no matter what it does, and the demonization of Iran continues in order to justify attacks. As we speak, no one is talking about the ceasefire breaches in the West. And these are not breaches; these are, acts of murder being carried out against Lebanon and against Gaza. When they killed people in Lebanon, they killed just a few weeks ago. They killed a family of Lebanese Americans, 3 kids and their father. Did the U.S. Embassy do anything about it? No. So this regime does anything it wants to Americans, to Arabs, to Iranians, and people can even contemplate them going far further. But in the West, no one has a problem with it.
Do the Iranians understand that notwithstanding the hemorrhaging of public support for the Netanyahu regime, the president of the United States gives every indication of a zealous unification with that regime, that they can do no wrong, and no matter how horrific is their behavior, the U.S. will finance it. Do the Iranians understand that of Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. Judge, the Iranians follow U.S. politics very closely, and they know a lot more about the United States than the U.S. government or U.S. elites know about Iran. U.S. elites, they get their information from Iranians who go to the United States and say in their think tanks what they want to hear. It's a bubble in Washington. But in Iran, English is our second language at university. All of my students, from whatever political persuasions, if they do have political persuasions, all of my students are fluent in English. A lot of people in Iran who don't speak English, they read the news, they read Western Persian language media, they know what's going on. And they saw his speech in the Knesset and how he is bound to the Israeli regime and how he is bound to the donors and how he is obedient to Adelson, for example, or in his actions in the White House. They saw sorry to say this, the circus or the monkey show in Egypt, where these leaders were bowing down to Trump, giving him a pass despite the genocide. They saw all this, and that's something that Iranians find deeply disturbing. The Iranians have a very strong sense of justice, Judge. It's a part of the Iranian culture, and the predominant and Islam, and of course, Shia Islam in particular. Justice is very central to Iranian identity. It goes back to the grandson of the Prophet in Karbala, his sister. And therefore, the issue of Gaza for Iranians and Palestine is very key. It is very central. That is why for decades the government has been supporting the Palestinian people. And it's not because they're Muslim. It's not if they were Hindu, if they were Christians, if they were Jews, if they were of any persuasion, what has been going on in Gaza, if it had been happening to any of them, the Iranian position would be the same. The position of Hezbollah in Lebanon, of Ansarullah in Yemen would be the same. This is not about the Palestinians being Muslim. This is something that is unacceptable. In fact, it's in the Iranian constitution, Judge, that Iran has to support the press. Again, this stems from their religious identity. That is why Iran supports Cuba. Cuba is a communist, to a large degree, to some extent, anti-religion, less so than before. Venezuela is a Christian country. I mean, Trump, who suddenly cares about Christians, he's bombing people in these boats. They're all mostly Catholic. They're Christian. He's murdering them. In South Africa, Iran was supporting the resistance against the apartheid regime. They're not Muslim. So this sense of supporting the oppressed is deeply, whether the Americans believe it or not, this is a part of Iranian identity. And so what Trump is doing to the Palestinian people outrages people here.
The wonderful observations that you make, Mohammed, particularly about Trump killing Christians on the boat. I suspected most of them were Catholic because they come from Latin American countries, but never actually articulated it as well as you just did. Is Iran today on a wartime footing? Does it expect that at any moment the Israelis will attack, followed by their American sponsors?
There are two things here, Judge. One is that whether Netanyahu is preparing for a war or not is unclear, but the Iranians are preparing for war. In other words, in order to prevent war, they have to be prepared for war. And the Iranians have been, in one sense, fortunate that the Israelis, in the hope to bring about what they call regime change, they gave it all they had. And the Iranians learned a lot about their defensive and offensive capabilities, whereas the Israeli regime knows not so much about Iran's capabilities. And Iran has been strengthening its offensive capabilities and moving to deal with its shortcomings and weaknesses. And I think that if there is another attack by the regime, the Iranian response will be much more aggressive and much more painful. So I don't think that the Israeli regime, if it was fully sane and if they were logical, despite being sinister and evil, I don't think they'd attack. But this is Netanyahu. Netanyahu needs to remain in power. Netanyahu feels threatened. Netanyahu feels that if he's forced to step down, he'll go to jail or may go to jail. So that's why he will continue murdering the Lebanese. He'll continue murdering Gazans. He will continue murdering people in the West Bank. And he may expand the war to Lebanon again, he may attack Iran again. Anything is possible from Netanyahu. But it is not in the interest of the Israeli regime. Even the ceasefire violations right now, they're all working against the regime because people across the globe are seeing that the bloodlust is there. They will not put down their guns. They feel the need to kill people every day.
Mohammed, what is the relationship between Iran and Russia? Is there a defense pact? Is there a defense agreement? Does Russia sell arms to Iran? What is that? What is your understanding of that relationship?
Judge, one of the interesting things is that thanks to the United States, thanks to U.S. policy, the relationship between Iran and Russia has improved dramatically over the past few years. The relationship between Russia and China has improved dramatically over the past few years. The relationship between China and Iran has improved dramatically over the past few years. And BRICS countries and all countries that have been targeted by the United States, they've been moving closer to each other. The United States could have always had a reasonable relationship with Iran, but it chose to always push Iran away, even when Iran did deals with the United States, such as the JCPOA, a deal which I think personally Iran gave too many concessions, but still the Iranians did the deal. And Obama from day one violated the deal. And then Trump came and tore up the deal. So how can an Iranian even take seriously the notion of having good relations with the United States? When the Israeli regime attacked Iran, we were negotiating with the United States. And then we find out from Trump himself the other day that he was behind the Israeli attack. So how can we have good relations? So therefore, this creates an incentive for better relations with Russia. The same is true with the way in which the United States has treated the Russians, the expansion of NATO, the Minsk Accords, and all that. That has pushed Russia towards better relations with Iran. So yes, the military relationship between the two countries, the economic relationship, the investment in oil and gas, this is all evolving. And it is the doing of the United States more than anyone else. The United States acts as a catalyst to isolate itself and to bring other countries together.
Wow. So nobody knows what's going to happen next.
I don't think it's clear, but what I do believe, Judge, is that time is not on the side of the Israeli regime. the world has turned against it. And wherever I go, I've been to China since during the last 2 years. I've been to China for different conferences. I've been to Moscow. I had the honor of being with you and Larry and other friends there, Scott. We've seen how people have turned against the Israeli regime everywhere. And the longer this continues, the worse it is. And the fortunes of the West is going down. Europe is self-destructing, partially because of the foolish war against Russia, which they don't want to end, and they just want to bring down their own economies further. And of course, the United States is isolating itself globally and creating and antagonizing itself among the global community. The weaker the West becomes, the weaker the Israeli regime becomes, because there's no doubt that the Israeli regime is not an independent entity. It is completely dependent on the West. All of its needs are met by the West. And the weaker the West becomes, the worse the situation becomes for the regime. And the fact that it is so despised today in the West as well, not just among liberals and the left, but now among the right, I think is a sign that this regime will not be able to continue slaughtering innocent people with impunity in the coming years. And ultimately, Judge, when I was young, when I was an activist, when I was 15, I did translation for a magazine, and I was working on both South Africa and Palestine and Latin America, because Iran supported liberation theology in Latin America. And I was writing about that or translating about that. I never thought, and no one that I knew thought, that apartheid South Africa would fall so swiftly. And it did. And the Israeli regime, in the eyes of some, seems like some sort of invincible entity because the Americans will be behind it forever. Well, young Americans are not supporting it, and older Americans are waking up, and people across the world have already woken up. And this regime will not be able to survive. And the smart thing to do is, and I have to stress this, Judge, that Jewish heroes who've stood up against the Israeli regime are at the forefront of the resistance, the axis of resistance and the broader resistance. They are comprised of people from all walks of life in different religions. And many of those are Jews that have played a heroic part. We have Jews in Iran. We have a Jewish MP, according to the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Jewish community in Iran is anti-Zionist. The Israeli regime has tried for years to convince these people to leave, and they haven't. And their synagogues are here in Tehran and in other cities. They have kosher restaurants, but they're not Zionists. So this Judaism, which is an Eastern, was born in this part of the world. For us, again, Moses is king.
Right.
This religion, which was born in this part of the world, which is not Western or Eastern, it is, we see increasingly that young Jews and Jews across the world are against this genocide and against apartheid. So I don't think that the Israeli regime can last. I'm not saying it's going to collapse tomorrow, next week, next month, or next year, but I think it is inevitable that justice will prevail.
Are you surprised that the butcher, who is now the president of Syria, will be in the Oval Office with the President of the United States in about an hour from the time that we're speaking with each other? Somebody who boasted about his slaughters, had pictures of him holding the body parts he cut off of people, had a $10 million bounty on his head until the MI6 and CIA persuaded the State Department to drop the bounty. Now he's going to be welcomed into the White House.
There's a young woman who was murdered in 2014 called Serena Sheem. She was a press TV reporter. She was Lebanese American, an American citizen. She was on the Turkish border with Syria. And she was reporting how the World Food Organization trucks were being used to take in ISIS and ISIS troops as well as ammunition into Syria in the area of Kobani or Ain al-Arab at that time. And then Turkish intelligence said that she's a spy. And she said this live on Press TV television, that the Turkish intelligence, they say I'm a spy. I'm not a spy, I'm just reporting. And she died hours later. And her family and those who know her and people at Press TV believe that the Turkish intelligence murdered her. And the Turkish government says, no, of course, I don't have the facts, but the reality is that they believe that she was murdered, and because of what she was covering. These people, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, are a creation of the United States. And General Soleimani, who Trump murdered, he was the leading figure in fighting ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And then Trump murdered him. A few days ago, Trump's son spoke about Iran, and he said that if Iran develops a bomb, they'll use it against the Western way of life, a nuclear bomb. As I said, Iran wasn't even willing to make chemical weapons. Why would Iran want to use nuclear weapons? And then he speaks about, his father murdered a senior Iranian general who was fighting against ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And then he says,
let me just stop you for a minute. This picture from the Newsweek cover is General Soleimani, who was murdered by the CIA using drones as he was in Baghdad attempting to negotiate peace.
Exactly. At that time, Judge, ISIS and Al-Qaeda were in the American camp, and Qatar and other oil and gas-rich countries were funding it. Mr. Erdogan was funding it. The Israeli regime was supporting it alongside their borders, and all of it was a part of an American project, something which Trump himself admitted. He initially at one point criticized Obama about it, but then when he came to power, it was business as usual. But the United States created ISIS and Al-Qaeda, just as they did the same in Afghanistan earlier. And it's ironic that the United States now, after all these years, the United States created it. Then Trump speaks about him destroying it, even though that's not true. But then he invites one of the senior figures in ISIS, who later went and became the head of Al-Qaeda in Syria. ISIS sent him there. He was a part of ISIS. He was sent to Syria to lead the Nusra Front. That was the Islamic State of Iraq's Syrian branch. Then there was a division over power. They got into a fight. He became, and then Al-Qaeda Central supported him, supported Jolani, supported Ashara. Al-Qaeda Central supported him, and that's what made ISIS break away from Al-Qaeda. So he was the head of Al-Qaeda. Then he departed from Al-Qaeda with the consent of Al-Qaeda. And that departure was done on television, I think 8 or 9 years ago. I don't know exactly, with Al-Qaeda leaders sitting beside him, basically saying yes. Why? Because they wanted to create a new image for him, and gradually he was brought to power. So the same ISIS and Al-Qaeda that the West was supporting, and the oil and gas-rich U.S. Proxies in our region were funding, they're now in power. And so he goes and meets the head of CENTCOM. He had a sort of love fest with Petraeus. I'm sure you saw it where Petraeus
we
was.
all saw that. It was revolting.
It's stunning. And he plays basketball with the head of CENTCOM. This is the world that we live in. And what has happened, Judge, is that so many people who before believed this fake Syrian revolution and believed that this was about freedom of democracy, they've woken up. People who for so many years were supporting these terrorists, they've said to me and to others that we were wrong. At least the silver lining in all this horror is that people are waking up, that whenever the CIA is behind a project, whether it's in Syria or in Libya, it's not going to end well for the people. And another point, Judge, in Nigeria, who is killing? First of all, the people who are being killed are not Christians. They're Christians and Muslims. Who is doing the killing? It's Boko Haram and other such groups. Who created these groups? The same oil and gas-rich dictatorships that the United States supports. Most of the money, Judge, in Africa that comes from these gold mines and other mines that are being stolen by people who are funding or controlled by people who are funding these terrorists. The money goes to banks in the United Arab Emirates. That's where the money is laundered. Everyone knows this. The drugs in Afghanistan that during the U.S. occupation there were increasing in such huge proportions, and then they complain about Venezuela. The drugs in Afghanistan, where did the money go? It all goes through the United Arab Emirates, a key U.S. ally. So that ISIS, Al Qaeda, these Wahhabi groups. I mean, Qatar's major mosque is called the Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab Mosque. So these Wahhabi Salafi groups are created by U.S. allies. The money laundering from most of these terrorist operations and these illicit mines that are plundering the resources of Africa, thanks to these terrorist organizations destroying so much of Nigeria and the Sudan and elsewhere, the money is being laundered in the United Arab Emirates. So who is the United States government to complain about Nigeria or South Africa or Venezuela or Palestine or Lebanon or Iran or Russia?
Mohammed, a great conversation. You have such a masterful understanding of this. Will you come back and visit with us again? I know we had to jump through some hoops to get this to work over the internet, but apparently we've...
Kofi, follow me.